Who's attending today. You will know that there's been a considerable amount of interest in this application for some months now, and due to the amount of interest, the meeting will be is being webcast live on YouTube via the County Council website and will be available for future viewing. I've just been asked to read out that filming or recording is only permitted in this room while the meeting is taking place, so it must stop when the meeting is either adjourned or closed. Filming is not permitted anywhere else in the building. So those are one or two housekeeping matters. So we'll now move swiftly on to the agenda. And the first item is apologies for absence. I think we've got 3 apologies together today. Councillor Mike Ford, Councillor Gary Hughes and Councillor Lulu Bowerman. And they have been replaced with 2 deputies, Councillor Sarah Pankhurst and Councillor Hugh Lumby. Thank you so much to you two both for attending today. I'm very grateful. And indeed for attending the site visit last week. So that's item number 1. Moving on to item number 2, declarations of interest. You know the procedure on that, and if any declarations of interest arise during the course of the meeting, I'm sure you will notify us and take whatever action is necessary. Item number 3 is the minutes of the previous meeting, just on pages 3 and 6. Are they a correct record of what happened at that meeting, and can I sign them in due course?
Yes, you do.
Okay. Right, so the next item on the agenda is number 4, deputations. We have, as far as I know, 10 deputations today, and we have 3 county councillors who will also be speaking as well. Under section 9 of the Planning Code of Conduct, this confirms that deputation should not exceed 1 hour. But due to the number of deputation requests, I've agreed to waive this and permit 7 minutes per deputation. Otherwise, they would have got less than that, and I know how difficult it is to confine your deputation to something like 4 or 5 minutes. So that's why I've done that. The 3 local members will have 10 minutes each. In terms of deputation, as far as the committee is concerned, our process follows what happens at full council, in the sense that the deputy addresses this committee, makes his deputation, we listen to and consider it, and that is it. That is the end that the deputy has in contribution to the meeting, unless members wish to clarify something which he has said. In terms of clarification, that is not disputing what he or she says. It is not entering into conversation with what he or she says. It is just to clarify. So I hope that that's clear in terms of deputations. After the deputation has been made, then that deputy will move either to the back of the room or goes to one of the Mitchell room round the corner. So that's where we are on deputations. Moving swiftly on then to next item on the agenda is Chairman's announcements. I have no particular announcements that I wish to make, only to add that members, you of the committee, you are the jury today. You make the decision. And therefore, because of that, you should not engage in conversations at any time with any of the deputies or anyone else who might be associated with this application. So I would ask, when we do adjourn, you make sure that you comply with that. I think that is all I wish to say about Chairman's announcement. Oh, there is one other thing. I appreciate that you will, it's going to go on for a while today. I will be having breaks to give you time to get a cup of coffee, whatever. If either of you need to go to the, any of you need to go to the toilet, comfort break, please put your hand up and I will stop the meeting in order that you can do so, and I won't start it again until you come back, so that you don't lose your ability to vote. So I think I've covered everything there, and so we go then to what we are all here today for, which is the application. And the application, if I can get to that one on the agenda. Right, the application is for an energy recovery facility to replace a material recovery facility and a waste transfer station at Alton. That is the application. It is a complex application, and you will know that the report prepared by the council is something like 400 pages. I appreciate we only received it last week, and I'm grateful. I believe everyone has read it in full, and I'm grateful, therefore, to you all for the hard work you must have put in between now and last week in reading it. It's a massive application which has engendered a lot of controversy, interest. I think we've had 5,500 representations in. The number is not relevant. What is relevant, though, is the content of those deputations insofar as they are relevant to material considerations. And they have all been considered in one way or another. I'm sure that you all, as members, as you hear the debate start and the people, deputies, speak, you may think you're going from side to side, can't make your mind up one way or the other. You will hear speeches from deputies on a number of issues, and they may all be highly relevant. At the end of the day, though, what this comes down to is National Planning Policy Framework and our own Bible, the Hampshire Mineral and Waste Plan. And both of them say that applicants for planning permission should be determined in accordance with the development plan unless material considerations indicate otherwise. That's repeated again in our own document, Mineral and Waste Plan, paragraph 1. And that says that the Hampshire authorities will look favourably on applications for mineral and waste development that accords with the plans in the national planning policy framework. Again, unless material considerations indicate otherwise. So we have to consider whether or not there are material considerations so significant as to override everything else. And when you make your decision, you have to consider our framework with all the conditions as a whole, and then make your decision on the balance of which one you prefer. I'm not going to say anything further now about the application itself, and Lisa Kirby-Hawkes, who has prepared this report, is now going to address the committee on the paper. Lisa.
Thank you, Chairman. Good morning, everybody. For those of you who don't know me, I am Lisa Kirby-Hawkes. I'm the Development Planning Manager at Hampshire County Council. Just like to introduce my colleagues that are sat alongside me today, and just to remind members about who the officers are as well. I've got Laura McCulloch here. Sorry, apologies. It's not very... Can you hear me better now? Okay, lovely, thank you. Laura McCulloch, who is the Strategic Planning Manager, sitting alongside me. And we've also got Ben Clifton from the Highway Authority here. So members, just to remind you, the Highway Authority is here, so Ben can answer any specific questions in relation to highways. Just before I start, I'm just going to make a little apology. I have got a bit of a funny thing going on with my throat, so if I have to clear my throat a few times, I apologise in advance as I go through the presentation. So just before I start the presentation, I just want to give a little bit of context and building on some of the aspects that Councillor Latham has just raised. This application is without doubt the most controversial application the Planning Authority has dealt with for a significant period of time. We've had experience back at the end of the 1990s with the energy recovery facilities that we've currently got in place going through the planning process, which were very controversial at the time, but we haven't really had anything like this since that point. So it's without doubt one of the most controversial applications, and you can see in the representation section of your report, the level of response has been significant. I'm not going to go into what Councillor Latham said about the level of representation there. He's already covered that, but it is an important consideration. The key aspect here, the focus here today, is what those representations have raised as part of the planning process, not the numbers that have been put before us. With all waste facilities, there is potentially a degree of controversy, and the National Planning Policy for Waste very clearly sets this out and acknowledges that waste facilities can be controversial and indeed don't often fit the aspirations of the local communities. The government and indeed the Waste Planning Authority acknowledge that the debate around energy recovery in particular can be emotive and highly polarising, and we're going to see some of this today, from the representations that we've got before us. We've seen this around the country. Energy recovery facilities do tend to attract this level of response. That's not taking away from the issues that have been raised, because there are valid points that have been raised by these representations, but it's not just exclusive to this application. That's kind of what I'm trying to tell you. So the application itself, we're going to go through the presentation in a moment. It's going to be a longer presentation than members are normally used to, because I want to walk you through some of the plans and some of the imagery associated with the application. But it's to try and give you as much information on top of the report and the update reports that you have before you. So, as Councillor Latham has already said, the focus of the application is very much on the development of this energy recovery facility for residual commercial and industrial waste being the prime focus. The report is extensive, you've seen it, and you've got the update reports and the appendices associated with it, but it very much shows the level of complexity and the level of issues we've had to look at in terms of the planning authority during the time of processing this application. We have taken time to get to this recommendation, and I think, again, that highlights the complexity of the issues that have had to be assessed and analysed. We've employed independent planning consultants to help us do this, Atkins and Indigo, for example, to look at various aspects of the application, in particular climate change, ecological matters, air quality, and landscape and visual impacts. So the authority have taken on some independent advice to do that. Councillor Latham referred to it as well. Members, you've visited the site. You've had 2 site visits to the site. The first in June, end of June of last year, where we visited the footprint of the MRF. And then more recently, once the COVID restrictions subsided, we were able to actually take you around the viewpoints that we previously provided to you in a couple of weeks ago. So we've undertaken both visits as part of this process. The final couple of things I just want to raise relate to some of the correspondences that I know that committee have received in the last week. The first of which is in relation to the conflict of interest. You will see there are some statements in the report about conflict of interest in terms of our ability to determine the application when there is the waste management contract in place. This application does not relate to the Hampshire Waste Disposal Services contract. This is a standalone merchant application brought forward by Veolia. The second thing that just to mention in terms of that is there has been some correspondence relating to the Assistant Director of Waste Planning and Environment previously working for the applicant. I can confirm that he did previously work for the organisation and left Veolia in 2006. The key point here is the report before you. Essentially, you are making the decision on this. Officers have prepared the application and the documentation associated with it. It's down to the committee to make the decision here. It's not officers. Final thing just to note before I get into the presentation is just to highlight that I took over this application about 6 to 8 months ago. There was previously case officers involved in this application. But the key thing here is I have written this report, it's my name on the tin, and essentially I am the one who will be answering the questions today alongside my colleagues. So I'm going to launch myself into the presentation now and highlight in a normal fashion, starting off with aspects in relation to the location of the site. So you can see in the centre of the slide there, in a bit of a red dot there, just highlighted by my green cursor, the location of the existing materials recovery facility and waste transfer station at Alton. This is essentially a site that does form part of the Hampshire Waste Disposal contract and is used to help us recycle our wastes or transfer waste for further treatment onwards. It's one of 2 material recovery facilities in Hampshire, the other being in Portsmouth. So just highlighting again, the application site is here. You've got Farnham, obviously, to the northeast here. The site is located approximately 1 kilometre to the north of east of Upper Froyle, 600 metres to the east of Hollybourne, both of which are separated by the A31, which goes down past the site here. And then it's obviously the site is also located 2 kilometres to the northeast of Alton. Other things of note just to highlight, because I think some discussions may come up here, is the location of Selborne and indeed Bentley up in just to the northeast, just before we reach Farn, a bit further up the A31. Just zooming in a little bit on the site in a bit more detail. Again, we've got the red line here of the existing Merth and Waste Transfer Station, the A31 that runs again past the site. And just to highlight here that the A31 forms part is identified and illustrated as a strategic road on the key diagram in the Hampshire Minerals and Waste Plan. You can also see the Alton Railway branch line, which goes along the southern boundary of the site here. And members will recall when we visited the site in June, we actually saw that rail link in use. That essentially connects Alton and Basingstoke up to London. And just to adjacent to the site here, we've got the Hollybourne rail terminal. Now, this is a rail terminal that has the capability of being used to transport oil and gas from some of our oil fields in Hampshire. At the moment, this area is being used as a construction compound for the development of the Southampton to London SO pipeline, which is being developed in and around the valley floor here. And there's a bit more information of that in your report. This is a bit of a messy slide, I have to admit, but I'm going to explain it in a bit more detail. This is in your pack, but this just gives you an indication of some of the constraints and issues around the site. So again, we've got the site in the centre here. the red line. Again, we've got the A31 coming down here. This is the boundary of the South Downs National Park, and obviously it's approximately 1.2 kilometres at its closest location from the site. So the boundary of the park essentially runs up here and is highlighted in this green shading here. Other things of note are to show the heritage assets which are located in and around the site, which have been assessed as part of the application. So we've got a package up around Applefoyle, Hollybourne, and in and around Mill Court here. And also a scheduled ancient monument which is located in Hollybourne. And members, when we walked down the St Swithin's Way a couple of weeks ago and we came down this path to go back to the coach, you actually walk past that scheduled ancient monument. That is used, is a designated scheduled ancient monument which has some recreational uses on it. Other things of note are that there are no environmental designations located on the site, and indeed no European designations in proximity to the site, but we do have a collection of local designations, so sinks, for example, which I'm just showing you on the slide here, and one at Roundwood just there. And the final thing to note is the network of rights-of-way that you can see dotted across this map. Unfortunately, you can't see it going into the national park, but you can see there are a number of rights-of-way in and around the area. Just drawing your attention to St Swithin's Way. This is the one we walked last week, the week before. And you can see the collection of rights-of-way, and these obviously extend up into the national park as well. Apologies. This is obviously an aerial of the shot, of the site, sorry. Again, we've got the red line in the centre with the MRF currently located there. You can see the A31. You can see the edge of Hollybourne just on the edge of the slide here. And Froyle up and towards the top of the slide here. And you can see the agricultural land that's located around the site from this slide as well. Okay, so moving on, just to give you a bit of context about the existing site plan. This isn't a particularly great slide, I have to say, which has been taken from the application pack, but it will just allow me just to explain how the existing MRF is used, so then you can compare it to the proposal, which we'll cover in a bit more detail in a moment. So obviously, this is the footprint of the MRF and waste transfer building. Essentially, the way the site is used at the moment is that vehicles access off the A31 and come down the slip road, and they come down to the entrance to the internal hall road and then into the site, and then essentially then move to the tipping hall to deposit the waste. You can see an example of some of the gates for the tipping hall, which are located on this side of the building, and members who visited in June will recall the tipping areas. And obviously then material is then recycled and it's recovered, and it obviously forms part of the network of facilities that I've already identified. You can see on this plan vaguely location of some of the existing vegetation and planting in and around the site, and that is looking to be supplemented and enhanced as part of the proposal. The site also has office uses at the front of the site, and obviously a large car parking space, which many of you would have seen on the visits that we've made to the site. I've put the dimensions of the existing site up on the slide here, because that is set out in your report as well, so it gives you a comparison when we move on to the proposed site. But essentially we're looking at 160 metres in length and 45 metres in width of the existing site, and approximately 15 metres in height. Okay, so just moving on to sort of the basic and bare bones of the proposal. We've already talked about this. This is obviously an energy recovery facility that is being proposed here, and essentially they will look to recover residual energy from residual waste. And by residual waste, I mean material that essentially has been through some form of pre-treatment or recycling, and essentially it's what is left over. Basically, there are no other options for its management. The site is proposed to take 330,000 tonnes of residual waste, being with construction and industrial waste being the focus. Commercial and industrial waste largely comes from offices and businesses. So it's very different to your black bin waste that we put out and is collected as part of the waste transfer and waste collection network that's in Hampshire. As I've already identified, this is a merchant facility, so it's a standalone facility that has been brought forward by the applicant. And so that I just want to reiterate that point because it is quite important to the discussions that we will have this morning. One thing to note here is on the slide I've put here that the R1 classification has been confirmed. The energy recovery proposal has to have an R1 classification to be considered to be a recovery site. That has been confirmed by the Environment Agency, which ensures that it can sit into this level of the waste hierarchy. So you've got the waste hierarchy here, and most members who are on the committee will know quite a lot about the hierarchy because we refer to it in quite a few applications that we bring to you. But essentially that hierarchy sets out a preference for how waste is managed in the country and indeed in Hampshire, with prevention being at the top, obviously, moving down to reuse, recycling, recovery, and then disposal at the end. So disposal, by that I mean landfilling, essentially. So it has been confirmed that it can sit in the other recovery part of the waste hierarchy. In terms of the types of waste, there is some flexibility within the plant to ensure it can take other types of waste, but essentially the focus is on CNI and that it is on residual waste. Environmental permitting operated by the Environment Agency will very much govern the types of waste that can be tipped at this site, and indeed any waste site that's in Hampshire. And so that would essentially ensure that there is no disincentivisation, so i.e. material that could not or could be reused or could be recycled, not featuring in the need for it to be recovered because it's residual waste. So permitting essentially governs that process. Other things to note and in relation to the types of waste and where it will come from. Obviously, the proposal is being put forward to deal with Hampshire's waste, but it is absolutely conceivable that some waste could come in from other surrounding areas. Now, there's a lot of information in the report about self-sufficiency and proximity principle, which I'm not going to go into in detail in the presentation, but it is important consideration for today to have a look at. And the other thing to note in relation to that is the Waste Planning Authority has no control about where this waste would come from. Essentially, that would be very much market-led. And so that's just another important consideration for members to be aware of. Final things just to note, just generally, is the composition of the waste ensures that approximately 50% of any waste that is burnt and recovered for energy or heat can be considered to be renewable. And the proposed plant is looking to operate 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And we'll come on to a bit more detail about that in due course. So here is the proposed site plan. I've got a couple of site plans which just explain the types of facility that's been proposed here and the ancillary activities as well. So they've just been annotated up. So I'll just run through these. So obviously this is the proposed site. You can see the energy recovery facility footprint here. You can see the slip road down from the A31 and the proposal to come in into an internal haul road within the complex of the site. You can also see some of the proposed enhanced screening on this slide as well. I'll go through what each area of the energy recovery facility does in more detail in a moment, but the key things just to note from this slide are the dimensions. So the length of the site is going to be 165 metres. The width will range between 40 and 80 metres depending on the type of part of the site that you're in. So for example, down here you can see that the site is wider down compared to where the tipping hall currently sits. And at the highest point, the building will be approximately 40 metres, and I've noted on the slide here that essentially the flue gas area and this area here essentially would be largely the highest parts of the building. On top of that, there are two 80-metre stacks proposed as well. So just a little bit about the internal layout and how the energy recovery facility would be used. I've already indicated that you would expect waste to be received from the slip road and move into the site via the internal haul roads that are in place. And then essentially the process starts with the waste being tipped in the tipping hall down here. And then it will be moved into a bunker. Now that bunker will be excavated to a depth of approximately 14 metres to allow for the storage of up to 3 to 4 days worth of waste to ensure that there is an onward supply for energy recovery throughout the process. So the bunker is located here. Once the waste is ready to be moved into the boiler house, the cranes would be used to push it across into the boiler house, and that is where largely the majority of the energy recovery activity takes place within the boiler house. You have obviously a number of other sort of sub-areas within the site, which I must say is all very much detailed in your report, so I'm only just giving you a summary here. But you've got a flue gas treatment hall, for example, to help with the treatments of any emissions, the turbine hall, an air-cooled condenser, and also quite notably the areas identified for any residual wastes that may be produced as part of the process. So your report very much documents the fact that there'll be bottom ash and potentially other residuals that come through as part of the process, and so there are areas to manage that for onwards processing and management outside of the site. You can also see at the top end of the site here, so then on the northern boundary, essentially the areas are allocated for electrical aspects, workshop, office admin, and the educational facilities. And obviously there is some staff parking, which we'll come on to in a bit more detail in a moment. So just quickly, this diagram just very much highlights the process that I've just gone through, really. So as I said, it kind of is slightly back to front to the previous slide, but the waste comes in, it's then put in the bunker, a crane is used to move it into the area in the centre where the actual energy recovery takes place. And then you can see the various mechanisms that are used, so i.e. steam turbine helping to generate heat and electricity, the management of flue gases through this process here, and then the collection of any residual ashes in particular at the bottom of that diagram. So just back on to some of the other aspects of the application. I just tried to quickly highlight these on the slide. You can obviously see that the application will involve the installation of weigh bridges to ensure that we know what type of waste is coming in and coming out, as well as some internal access roads. Car parking is proposed and 50 spaces are identified, and this is largely located in this area here, alongside some coach parking and some cycle storage. The edge of the site would be secured with a 2.4 metre high green boundary fence, and you'll see some imagery of this in a second when we go through some of the images that I've got in the presentation for you. And as I've already alluded to, there'll be some new areas of hard and soft landscaping, in particular with some enhancement to some of the grassland, and this kind of helps to meet some of the aspirations in terms of landscape and biodiversity net gain at the site. Finally, these areas are just some of the other ancillary parts of the application. So you can see there's a location of substation and some pump houses for fire precautions, other tanks and storages, general connections to services and wastewater treatment works, and indeed other plant and machinery associated with the site. This image just gives you a little bit of an idea of what the roof looks like. You can see this is the tipping hall down here, which is at a lower level and actually is covered by the start of the living wall that's proposed as part of the development, and I'll come on to that in a bit more detail in a moment. And you can see the different aspects of the roof that are proposed by the applicant, and you'll get a bit of a better understanding of this when we go through the visuals in a second. So I'm just going to run through some of the elevations. These are in your appendices, but just to give you an understanding, obviously, where they all sit. So the top elevation is the Southerly Elevation. So this is essentially looking on pretty much from one of the viewpoints that we looked in on when we were out the other day, actually, into the site. Essentially, the rail link would be running in front of this site, and you can just about make out the fencing that's proposed along that southern boundary there. And then the Westerly elevation, again, is looking, if you just highlighting on the plan where we're looking in from, is essentially looking in from the boundary of the rail terminal. So you're looking at the kind of far end of the process, and essentially some of the ash collection areas, for example, on that elevation. And the north and east elevations, obviously you're looking at the northerly elevation here. So really we're looking at it from the A31. You can see the location of the green wall on this frontage, and then the additional areas of office space and workshops, which are sort of set out in a slightly different fashion to some of the other aspects of the proposal. So that's located around there. And then the easterly elevation, we are literally looking in on the tipping hall here. So you've got the tipping hall at the lower level on the easterly elevation. And just some sections of how this looks in terms of the different sections. So we're looking at section A, which is this section here, which runs essentially through the middle of the site. You can see the different elevations and the different heights of the different parts of the building on this diagram here. You can also see the excavation of the bunker here, very clearly identified on this diagram. Section B is just this section here. So this is on the Hollybourne rail terminal edge of the site. And again, you're looking at the turbine hall here. And then section C is just sort of towards the middle of the building. And again, you can see some of the heating and the IBA areas and the electricity areas proposed as part of the development there. A couple of further sections for you. So section D, this is very much looking at the boiler house here, and you can just see me marking it out on the slide for you. Section E is the section essentially going through the bunker, and again you can see the depth of the bunker excavations there, alongside some of the additional uses proposed at the front of the site, which is the sort of office and workshop spaces. And then finally, section F, that is literally looking again in on the tipping hall there, so at the lowest elevation. So just for the benefit of members, this is in your report, but this obviously just gives you a bit more of a diagram of the energy recovery process. I'm not going to go into any more detail than that, but just to draw your attention to the relevant sections of the report on the energy recovery side of things, because that will be important that members understand the process. Here's probably a good time just to remind members that the applicant obviously is making a deputation today. They very much obviously prepared the application. They know the technology and they know the process. So please direct any technical questions to the applicant in particular with regards to energy recovery. Paragraphs 469 and 490 give you more information on this process, so I draw your attention to that. But the key thing I just wanted to really say here is that there is a real drive from the government towards energy security, and I think some of the geopolitical issues we've got at the moment are heightening the government's resolve to ensure that we have a security of supply. So the ability to be able to feed into the grid connection here is something that is obviously of benefit in terms of the proposal. I've already said that the proportion of this can be considered to be renewable energy, so that obviously does give an additional benefit in terms of energy. But it's important that energy supply is duly considered because it is an important issue for the application. Heat connection is also an issue. When the application was submitted, there was a heat study that was prepared, and essentially that looked at potential options to feed the heat connection network. However, there wasn't any specific detail really in the application in terms of what those customers could be. I think that's very common for energy recovery facilities. Customers will never really be known until the application actually has permission and is operational. Contracts aren't really drawn up until that stage. So I think we acknowledge that as an issue. However, as a planning authority, we also acknowledge the importance of a heat connection. So you will see that there is provisions within the application to ensure that connection takes place and that there is an ongoing review of any heat opportunities if in the event that planning permission is granted. So, members, I draw your attention to paragraphs 491 and to 508 of your report, which covers this issue in more detail. The connection for both heat and electricity essentially would follow approximately this route. So an indicative grid route has been prepared as part of the application, and I include this on the slide. This is the boundary of the application, and you can see the green line coming down, essentially following the line of the A31 down to the Mill Lane substation just near Hollybourne here. Essentially, the grid connection for heat, so the ability to connect to the network for heat would also follow this route. So the actual suitability for connection in this location has been assessed as part of the application. So moving on, just to the construction of the site. The applicant has indicated that if permission is granted, it will take approximately 3 years for the site to be constructed. And that includes demolition, fit out and commissioning of the plant. More information on this is set out right at the end of your report in paragraphs 1002 to 1014, which very much focuses actually on the location of the construction compound. And this is the slide that I'm presenting to you today. The construction compound essentially would be located, the main construction compound would be located outside of the red line area. And you can see the reconfiguration here, the configuration here of the areas that are proposed. So some office space and site welfare, for example, here, car parking, and then links into the wider transportation network across here. And there's a bus stop, for example, connection to these bus stops. One matter that has been subject to quite a lot of debate in the application is whether that construction compound should have been part of the red line area. And the applicant asserted that it didn't. We have sought legal advice on this, and we are content that it can be considered under permitted development as long as prior approval is sought before any development takes place. Just to note, at the moment, this area is already being used as a construction compound, and I've already identified that this area is being used for the SO project at the moment. Some compound facilities are also located within the red line. So essentially, both of those areas would be made available to support the development of the site. In terms of overarching construction, a construction environmental management plan is set out in one of the conditions, which very much sets out the need for further information on the construction period. So moving on to design, I'm going to show you a couple of images. Again, a lot of this is in your report, but just to highlight these again to you. Some images up on the slide here show various aspects of the application. So this top one is essentially showing the sort of southerly boundary, and this is the frontage really with the A31 here. You can see imagery of the design that has been put into place, and the applicant has prepared a very detailed design evolution document which sets out how the design kind of evolved and how the choice of design and materials was made. And so I draw your attention to that. You can see here I've included some just some of the stills again, which are in your pack, about some of the different materials that have been proposed. So you can see some of the cladding, for example, here, and some of the different living wall aspects that are also proposed. Just some images to highlight this. So here we are looking off from the A31, essentially the other side from the A31, looking into the site. And obviously this is the boundary here. You can see more composite and sort of heavier materials are used on the front here, largely covering where the office space and workshops will be. And then you can see the beginnings of some of the green wall that are proposed, the living wall, pardon me, but as proposed as part of the development. You can also see the location of the stacks here. This is looking in again on the tipping hall, so we're looking in from this location here in towards the proposed site. This is the tipping hall, pretty much the lowest part of the proposal here, and you can see that this is being covered with the living wall that has been proposed by the applicant. You also get a good shot of the boundary fencing here as well. And again, another visual from the A31, just looking at it slightly different aspects. We're looking more in a northeasterly direction here. You can see the frontage and some of the living wall here from this area. But again, members, I draw your attention to the documentation, because I've just given you some examples of the visuals today. There are more visuals obviously set out in the documentation that's before you. So one of the major issues for this application and the major areas that we're going to, I'm sure, spend quite a lot of time talking about today is in terms of landscape and visual impact. So members, you'll recall we gave you these maps when we took you out on site a couple of weeks ago, and these are part of the documentation that the members, that the applicant has prepared. So essentially the Zona theoretical visibility mapping has been used to try and look at the extent to which the proposal will be visible from various aspects in and around the site. So I've just included these as examples just to remind you that these are here. So the first one here is the Bare Earth ZTV at a 10-kilometre radius, and you can see here the blue area here essentially highlights where the boiler house could be seen and where the stack could be seen. This is a 5-kilometre version of it, showing a similar aspect. And again, there's 10-kilometre DS ZTVs within your pack as well. So I just wanted to highlight those to you because I think they're important. The assessment of this essentially concluded that the visibility of the proposed development would be relatively localised, with clear views only being available over a small area. But essentially this is built on by the assessment work that's been done by the LVIA, so the Landscape and Visual Impact Assessment, which I'm going to come on to in a bit more detail in a moment. But just to draw your attention, you can see in the centre of the slides here a number of pieces of numbering. These are the viewpoints that we visited, or a number of the viewpoints that we visited, and indeed these are some of the viewpoints that have been assessed as part of the Landscape and Visual Impact Assessment work. And obviously I've put in one of your appendices imagery of all of those viewpoints in terms of some of the photo montages that have been prepared to show the extent of the development in different locations. So I'll move on to those. I've highlighted that the LVAA has been prepared. Initially, the applicant looked at, I think it was 21 viewpoints, which were assessed as part of the application. And within the background documentation, there's a lot of information about what it currently looks like and potentially photo montages of what the proposal would look like on the ground. And so I'll run through a couple of these. I've included a few examples, a variation of examples where you can see the site or where you can't see the site, but I do draw your attention to the appendix that has been prepared, which sets out each viewpoint one by one, because obviously I can't run through all of those today. So the first of which is Viewpoint 1. This is Binstead Recreational Ground, and you can just see the top of the energy recovery facility and then the stacks located there. This is one of the last viewpoint that we visited on the tour that we did a few weeks ago. This one is looking from the top of St Swithin's Way at Bentley. You can't see the proposal from this location, but it's important, as I say, to make sure that we've got a variety of viewpoints represented in the presentation today. This was the first viewpoint we visited on the site visit a couple of weeks ago. So this is Viewpoint 9. You can see the existing MRF from this location, and this is what you essentially would see by way of if permission were to be granted from Viewpoint 9. So that's at Froyle Park, Upper Froyle. And then moving on to St Swithin's Way, so members will recall we walked along St Swithin's Way and looked at a number of viewpoints, and this is one of the ones along that viewpoint, which is located near to Bonham's farmhouse. You can just about see the complex of buildings here, and you can see the stacks, the proposed development stacks in behind the trees here. And this is, again, a bit further along the St Swithin's Way. This is viewpoint number 24. Again, we stopped here on the tour that we did, and you're looking at towards the A31, which is running sort of down on the boundary here towards the frontage of the proposed energy recovery facility. Another viewpoint, this is viewpoint 16. This is on the A31. Again, this is an example of where the proposal cannot be seen from. And then moving on to Horbridge Farm, which I think we've visited this one as well. This is looking back towards the sort of the boundary of the back of the site. So you've got the rail terminal down here in the rail line, and we're looking back, essentially standing sort of closer to the national park boundary, back towards the site. What happened at Regulation 25 is we had the consultants, the Indigo landscape consultant, look at the application, and we requested a lot of additional information on some of the existing viewpoints, but also to look at some viewpoints in the South Downs National Park. And so I just wanted to include a couple of these in the slides this morning. The first of which is viewpoint number 1 within the national park, which is south of Hay House. So you can see just about the top of the roof here, and then the stacks just located there. This is a footpath near Manor Farm, which is viewpoint number 3 in the national park. And again, you can just about see the stacks just highlighted by the pointer there. And finally, this is Viewpoint 7, which is located from Selborne, and I highlighted with the location of Selborne on the original map, and the location of the proposed development would be here. It's important to note that we also, as part of the Regulation 25 process, asked for the applicant to prepare some winter views of some of the viewpoints. You will notice today some of the imagery you've seen has been taken at different times of the year. So we do have some additional montages that have been done in terms of the winter views of the site. And of course, members, when we visited the site last week, you were able to see a number of these viewpoints in the winter as well. So just to remind you of that. In terms of stack and plume visibility, you'll notice in the report that there has been some reference to the plume visibility, and the update report includes a bit of clarification on this because for some reason the paragraph slipped out of the final version of the report. So I've included just some imagery for you here, just to show about the plume visibility. Essentially, plume visibility will be very much dependent on the time of year that you are essentially, perceiving and looking at the site. And obviously, winter has the potential for plume visibility to be slightly more visible according to the climatic conditions. However, that is also a point in the year where there is more sort of greyer weather and clouds in the sky. So plume visibility is not considered to be a significant issue for this site. So I've included a couple of imagery for you here. So this was taken from 4 ashes, and it was taken in December a couple of years ago as part of the application process. So again, that's some further plume visibility images. Okay, so moving on to the proposed landscaping. I've alluded to it a little bit in the presentation already, but there is some landscaping proposed to enhance the existing landscaping on site. The details of which are on this slide here, gives you an indication of some of the species proposed, and there are conditions relating to a landscaping scheme also proposed. The key areas, just to note, is the intention to enhance the sort of species-led grassland in the area, which are identified in your report. Just moving back onto sort of visual impact side of things, lighting is obviously a concern, and it has been an issue that has been raised throughout the planning process. A lighting assessment was undertaken and is set out in the documentation. The site will require external lighting 24 hours a day, but the design has been selected to try and minimise any spillage from the site, and this plan essentially gives you an indication of the assessment work that has been done to demonstrate this. And then finally, just in terms of some of the last range of imagery, this is the living wall. There's been a lot of talk about the living wall and the potential for this to be delivered as part of the application process. And essentially, the intention is for this wall to evolve according to the seasons. So you can see, I've included some examples of the different seasonal planting here on the top of the slide. The applicant has provided additional information on the deliverability of this living wall as part of the Regulation 25 process, and included examples of where this has been delivered elsewhere. So we are satisfied that with the appropriate conditions and the management of this, that this can be successfully delivered. So moving on, the consultation section of your report, in a lot of detail, sets out all the consultation responses we have received. And so I'm just going to highlight them quickly to you today. So obviously in the top line there, we've got no objections from a number of organisations, including Network Rail and Airport Safeguarding, Rights of Way and the County Archaeologist. We've got no objections subject to conditions from the Environmental Health Officer and Ministry of Defence, Surrey County Council, the lead local flood authority and the Environment Agency. The Highway Authority requested conditions and the associated legal agreement which is proposed, particularly with regards to lorry routing, and we'll no doubt come on to conversations about that during the process of the meeting today. And then SO Pipeline wanted some informatives as alongside the fire rescue service actually, and so informatives are included in relation to that pipeline and fire provisions. In terms of other consultations, you've got Public Health in England, which were satisfied that the applicant had approached the assessment correctly. And we've got comments provided from the county ecologist in terms of the ecological aspects and also a request for conditions. Historic England have raised concerns on the application, and this is documented in the historic environment section of your report. And so I draw your attention to the concerns that they have raised. The county councillor and the adjacent county councillors have objected to the proposal, so they are documented at the bottom of the report, and you are going to hear from the county councillors today on their objections. County landscape architect raised objection on the grounds of visual impact from the proposal, and that is noted. And we've got largely the remaining parts of these slides essentially just highlight basically every other organisation objected to the proposal. So we've got CPRE, East Hampshire District Council, the National Park Authority, the MP and the adjacent MP to the proposal, and then the collection of parish councils that are dotted in and around the area, which are highlighted on this slide, and indeed this slide. Just by way of an update, you'll see in the update report, I updated the number of representations we received. I'm just drawing your attention to what's on the slide now, because we've received a further 4 this morning, so I've updated the slides just to reflect that. So we've had a total of 5,598 representations from 4,049 different individuals and interested parties and groups. So as we've already said, an extensive reaction to the planning application. So I'm just going to run through what the key issues are for the proposal. I'm just going to do this very much in summary. I will expect us to draw on this in much more detail during the questions. So just to highlight some of the key aspects of the application, really. In terms of need, paragraphs 286 and 253, up to 353 of your report, plus the update reports, very much cover the issue of need. It is important for the application. It's important for us to understand what the potential need for the development is. And you'll see in table 4 of your report, we started to look at what potentially the national requirement might be and what increase in arisings we have seen for construction and industrial waste across the country. We've also reviewed some recently collected data from the South East Waste Planning Authorities groups, which have looked at construction and commercial and industrial arisings and potentially capacity across the South East area. In table 6 of your report, you will see basically how the proposal essentially looks to meet policy 27 of the Hampshire Minerals and Waste Plan. Policy 27 very much sets out a minimum requirement for recovery, and that's of 0.39 million tonnes per annum. So it's a minimum requirement, it's not a maximum. And what we did on top of that since the adoption of the plan is there's been an ongoing review process which has looked at how the plan has been performing and what capacity we have in place. And in your report, you'll see reference to a 2018 review and a 2020 review of the plan, which on the face of it makes the need argument look a little bit more problematic. And certainly that's an issue that has been raised by objections and one we acknowledge. However, as part of the processing of the planning application, we've had to have a look at what actually makes up that capacity, what actually underneath it all is actually being used for recovery. And so a piece of work has commenced by the policy team to look at the sites that essentially which are allocated for recovery, what is actually happening on the ground. Are they actually recovering waste, or are other aspects happening on the site? It's really important to note at this point in time that waste data is inherently very difficult to analyse. It's got lots of inaccuracies in it. It's very, very much reliant on waste operators filling in forms correctly. And I think we know very well that unfortunately that doesn't take place. And so with regards to this process, we have looked at essentially all of the capacity data that has been reported to the Environment Agency, and then we have literally gone through a process of going to every single operator and saying to them what is actually happening on the ground. And that work has resulted in a number of sites being identified where actually there is no recovery taking place on the ground. So essentially data that is in the 2020 review and the 2018 is inaccurate. So an example of that is sites, for example, the CSG site at Butler, which is identified as a recovery site, but actually delivers liquid waste and so cannot be considered to be recovery. So the update report gives you a bit more information on the sites that we considered as part of that process. And we're going to say right from the outset, this is, the waste data is never going to be 100% spot on, but we as an authority consider that the assessment work that has been undertaken gives us a much better picture of what current capacity is on the ground at the moment. The final thing just to note in terms of issues with data is this issue with data has already been identified prior to the application being submitted. So the 2019 annual monitoring report very clearly sets out that there are issues with data, and it's issues that we're going to have to look at through the update of the Minerals and Waste Plan, and that is what you will see when an update comes before you in due course. So on that basis, we are content that the facility has the potential to certainly help to feed Hampshire's need for additional capacity. It will also give the potential to supplement capacity for surrounding areas, and the southeast and southwest areas that we've looked at shows that there is potential for that capacity to take place, requirement to take place, and for the facility to be able to serve that. The proposal also offers an opportunity to divert waste from landfill, and this is obviously really important here. I've already shown you the waste hierarchy here, and just remind you that the landfill element lies at the bottom of the waste hierarchy. We have one landfill left in Hampshire, and members, many of you have seen an application at that site in recent months. That's at Blue Haze landfill. That site has planning permission until 2029, and at that point we are expecting that to be the last landfill in Hampshire. We have no understanding of any other landfills coming forward, or indeed any business requirements or desire to bring landfills forward. So we will lose the ability to dispose of waste at landfill. The important point here is obviously energy recovery offers an opportunity to divert waste from landfill. So this proposal does give you an opportunity to essentially move it up the waste hierarchy away from disposal. And it also offers an opportunity to reduce the amount of exports that we do of this type of waste. Residual C&I waste essentially at the moment goes to landfill, or it's exported out of the county, or either to somewhere else in the UK, or in some instances to Europe. And so it offers that opportunity to allow Hampshire to become a little bit more self-sufficient, less reliant on other areas, and also less reliant on energy recovery facilities, in particular in Europe. And your report sets out a lot more information on that in detail. So moving on to compliance with the waste hierarchy and markets. Paragraphs 249 and 370 of your report set out this in a lot of detail. I think one of the key and quite rightful concerns about the application is that it could potentially disincentivise the recycling and reuse within Hampshire. And I think that is, is a concern, and I think we all acknowledge that. The key point here is that the environmental permitting regime will manage the type of waste that essentially can be tipped at the site. I've said that point already. And so essentially that will ensure that there is no disincentivisation of the waste hierarchy. The other thing to note here as well is there are a number of targets that the government are, striving to do in terms of recycling in Hampshire and nationally, which are absolutely the way that we should be moving. Recycling and reusing more of our waste, or even preventing it, is absolutely needs to be the crux of all policy. However, we are a long way off that. You can see by the recycling rate that is in Hampshire currently and what's been reported nationally that there is an enormous amount of initiatives and work that needs to be done to drive recycling up to a point where there is no residual waste. Essentially, we would all like to ensure that there is no residual waste, but we are not at that position, and that's not going to happen for a significant period of time. So it is important that there is an ability for us to manage our waste as effectively as possible, largely away from landfills, in the period up towards when these initiatives really begin to bite. Another really important aspect is the concerns about the loss of the MRF and the waste transfer station. And again, that kind of fits into what I've just said about recycling and reuse. That again is an important point, but it's very important for us as an authority, and you'll see this in your report, that capacity will not be lost until it has been secured and delivered elsewhere. You'll see in your report there's a bit of information in there about the application that has been submitted at Chickenhall Lane in Eastleigh for a replacement MRF. The waste disposal contract is looking at reconfiguring MRF capacity in Hampshire and providing enhanced facilities to what we've currently got at Alton and Portsmouth. So that application is seeking to address that need. It has been submitted. It has not been determined, so the application the capacity has not been secured, but you can see there is an intent to replace that capacity. The most important thing with regards to this is to ensure that we don't lose that capacity, and you can see there is some mechanisms within the conditions to ensure that that does not take place and we have secured capacity in the event of planning permission being granted before anything takes place on the Alton site. In terms of alternatives, again, this was an issue that was quite significantly raised as part of objections. And I think, as a planning authority, we wanted to see alternatives assessed. We asked for it at the scoping stage. We asked for it at the Regulation 25 stage as well. The applicant has now done that work, and we have reviewed that work as part of processing the application. Summary of this assessment is set out in Appendix I of your report, and if you want to draw your attention to the relevant part of the report, paragraphs 595 to 410 considers the issues of alternatives in more detail. Key thing here is the applicant has looked at some of the work that has been assessed through the preparation of the Minerals and Waste Plan, and has looked at whether there is any potential to locate a facility of this nature on those sites. And the outcomes, as I say, are set out for you in the relevant appendix. We are satisfied with the work that's been undertaken on alternatives. We've also reviewed it and had a look at whether there are any other deliverability aspects on some of the stuff that has been put in from Veolia. An example of that is there is an area down at the Fareham SDA, which we know as an authority simply cannot be delivered for waste uses based on the wider discussions we're having on the master planning of the site. So we're satisfied alternatives have been duly assessed, and just to draw your attention that also the applicant has looked at alternatives in terms of technology and design, and those are also set out in your report in the design section. So in terms of climate change, so obviously the key policy here is in terms of policy 2. Paragraphs 411 to 468 gives you an enormous amount of information about climate change, in particular with regards to all the regulations and all the aspects that are relevant to this proposal. It's really important that climate change is given the appropriate weight with this application, because obviously this is a facility that requires long-term investment and could operate over a number of decades. So we've had to make sure that this has been assessed appropriately. We are content, based on the assessment work that's been undertaken and the subsequent review by Atkins of the climate change work and the responses received, that the issue of climate change has been satisfactorily addressed. A key issue here, which we will talk about, I have no doubt today, is about carbon capture storage. The facility, as it currently stands, does not have a proposal for carbon capture storage. That is on the basis that the technology is simply not there nationally for this to take place at the moment. This needs to be driven by the government regulations and by environmental permitting. So it's not in the plan. Indeed, there are no energy recovery facilities that have it implemented currently that we are aware of in Hampshire, in the UK. Something that is coming, absolutely coming. So what is important here is that the site has the ability to implement that carbon capture storage, and there is space put into the design to ensure that takes place, and very much that will be governed by the regulations that will come both from the government and through environmental permitting to ensure that takes place. We've already talked about energy and heat potential. We are content based on the connection that is proposed and the assessment work that's been taken, and indeed the conditions that by ensuring that connection, the site would meet policy 28 of the plan. And so we are contented with regards to that. So just drawing your attention to paragraphs 469 to 508, which cover energy and heat for you members, just in case you wanted to dip into anything in relation to that. And then we're going to move on to the kind of the what I consider really some of the most significant aspects with regards to the application, which is the visual impact and the landscape and impact on the countryside. we're going to hear a lot of discussion about this morning, quite rightfully, because this is a big site. Energy recovery facilities generally cannot be hidden. They are significant pieces of infrastructure, and so they are going to have a visual impact. And so you can see, in particular with regards to the visual impact of the proposal section, that we have identified that there is no hiding this facility. It can't meet policy in terms of visual impacts. However, having said that, the site itself is on an existing waste site, so its location essentially has already been agreed. I've already set out that Indigo have done a lot of further assessment work on that. That is obviously documented in your report. You will very much see the conclusions of that assessment work in your report as well, so I'm not going to rehash that today. But I think this is one of the key issues for the application, and one that we're going to have a lot of further discussion about today. Just on that, I've mentioned about the scale of facility. I think it's important just to sort of, the scale of facility is recognised in national guidance about it being essentially pretty much impossible to carry out large infrastructure which wouldn't have some degree of visual impact. So I think that is something we just need to bear in mind, but also just to highlight that we can't essentially support the visual impact of the proposal under Policy 10, and that is clearly documented in your report. In terms of design and appearance, we consider that the site has been designed in a high quality fashion and essentially does meet the provisions of Policies 10 and 13. And as I said, there's an enormous amount of documentation in the application on design. In terms of impact on the local heritage assets, obviously there has been the assessment work that's been undertaken, and we do acknowledge the requirements of Section 66 of the Planning Listed Buildings and Conservations Act of 1990, and indeed the provisions of the National Planning Policy Framework. The potential harm identified through the assessment work, in particular with regards to Bonham's farmhouse, is acknowledged, and you've seen some visuals with regards to that. But the report very clearly identifies that we've had to strike a balance here against the need for the development and the potential impact on the setting of that asset. So that's an important consideration. So paragraphs 684 and 7 to 715 give you some more information on the assessment work in terms of local heritage assets. In terms of ecology, we consider the proposal meets Policy 3. It has provided additional biodiversity net gain both on and off site. And the survey work that's been undertaken has been to the satisfaction of the county ecologist, and the habitats regulation assessment has been prepared and has been agreed by Natural England, and so that work essentially ensures that the site wouldn't have a detrimental impact on nearby nature conservation designations. So we are satisfied that that work basically means that it can meet Policy 3. In terms of the package of issues that are covered under the public health, safety and amenity section, so this is largely relating to Policy 10 of the plan. There are a number of assessment work, pieces of work that have been undertaken, such as the air quality, noise assessments, and cumulative impacts assessments, etc., etc. You will see a lot of information in the report about this, and we are satisfied that based on the assessment work and the conditions that are proposed, that the site will be in accordance with those policies in relation to those matters. The other thing just to note here is there is an enormous amount of overlap here between the planning process and environmental permitting. In particular with regards to the operation of the site, a lot of the environmental matters would be covered by the permitting as well as the planning. So you would expect a lot more control through the permitting process. Finally, in terms of impact on water resources and road safety and social and economic impacts in particular, we agree that the assessment work and indeed the conditions and the proposed Section 106 essentially mean that the proposal can be considered to be in accordance with Policies 10 and 11 and 12. And Ben may well comment a little bit more about the highway matters if we have any discussions on that in due course. Finally, we've talked about the construction compound issues. That is a key issue. I'm not going to say anything more about that. And I've also touched on the conflict of interest issue, and more information on that is in paragraph 1040 of your report. So in a nutshell, I'm sorry I've kept you a while, but it was important just to give you as much information in the presentation as possible. That the recommendation is to grant planning permission, but that is subject to confirmation that the Secretary of State does not intend to call the application in. You will see in your report there's some information about the call-in request that was submitted before Christmas, and so we have been in regular correspondences with the Secretary of State on that on this application since that point. So if members are minded to grant permission today, it would be subject to ratification by the Secretary of State. By granting permission, it would be subject to the conditions listed in Appendix A and the completion of the Section 106 agreement on the matters identified on your slide. And just the final bit there is just to draw your attention to the up-to-date reports again that have been submitted, updating and clarifying a few parts of the report. Thank you very much, Chairman.
Thank you, Lisa, for your report. I think it would now be opportune for us to have a little break. There's been a lot to take in over the last hour in relation to your report, and so I suggest we now break and resume with the deputies at 11:30. That's about 6 minutes just for a quick break. By that clock, yeah. Yeah. break that certain parts of Lisa's speech couldn't be heard. So can I remind everybody that you all speak into the microphone in order that we can hear everything you say. So the first speaker, deputy, is Emma Barnett on behalf of the No Way Incinerator Action Group. Emma.
Where's the clock? Oh, okay, yeah. Okay.
You have a total of 7 minutes and it'll show on there.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, Chairman. My name is Emma Barnett. I'm a chartered town planner with over 25 years' experience, and I'm speaking to you today on behalf of No Way Incinerator. You are being asked to determine one of the most controversial applications that this authority has ever considered. Objections from 19 parish councils, 4 local planning authorities, including the South Downs National Park and the County Landscape Architect, are among the nearly 5,600 objections. It is imperative, therefore, that members of this committee leave no stone unturned when determining the application and ensure that the decision is taken in an open and transparent manner based on robust evidence that has been subject to public scrutiny. With that last point in mind, it is particularly disappointing that the information members are being asked to rely on as the only justification for the need for the facility is not supported by evidence and has only made its way into the public domain a week, or in some cases a day, or in fact some cases an hour, before the application is due to be determined. Given time constraints, I cannot comment in detail on the capacity gap the authority are now seeking to rely on. However, it is essential that members at least understand some key issues. The 2020 review of the Hampshire Minerals and Waste Plan concluded that actual recovery capacity between 2011 and 2020 was nearly 300,000 tonnes per annum above the 2030 target. That's 10 years early. Now members are being asked to accept that only 1 year later, not only has a significant surplus in capacity disappeared, but that there is now a significant shortfall, which Table 5 of the officer's report indicates to be 717,500 tonnes. The difference between the two figures is over 1 million tonnes. This is a fundamental change in approach which has not been subject to independent examination, is not supported by evidence and is not accepted. Table 5 of your officer's report is very misleading. The title suggests that the figures presented are based on varying recycling rates. This is not the case. What is presented is data on growth in C&I waste, despite previously acknowledging inherent uncertainties in the underlying data. No information is presented on varying recycling rates. The C&I residual figure for Hampshire is 55% of the total actual arisings, suggesting a recycling figure of only 45%. This increases to 50% if a growth of 0.5% of C&I is assumed. Both figures fall short of the 60% recycling target set out in the local plan, Policy 25, and government targets to achieve 65% by 2035. I would also like to draw members' attention to the report of the South East Waste Planning Advisory Group, of which Hampshire is a member and contributor, on residual non-hazardous waste treatment capacity in the South East, which is included at Appendix M to your report. Table 4 of that report shows a surplus of recovery capacity of nearly 30,000 tonnes per annum, based on a recycling rate of 65%. This surplus increases to at least 316,406 tonnes if consented capacity is also considered. The update report now refers to the SERPAG report for the wider South East, Appendix N. Members are now being led to believe that if a 65% recycling target is achieved in the wider South East, there would be a shortfall of capacity for residual treatment of just under 1 million tonnes per annum. Well, the figure is in fact 863,510 tonnes per annum, but this should not be interpreted as otherwise going to landfill. A significant proportion of the total is recovered at facilities outside the wider South East. The report also makes it clear that this figure may be significantly lower if the arisings are an overestimate as anticipated. So unlike the report for the South East, the conclusions do not take into account consented capacity that is not yet operational. Both SERPAG reports highlight the dangers of having too much EFW capacity on the management of the waste hierarchy and the achievement of recycling targets, with commercial pressures preventing the reduction of inputs to these facilities. It is not clear how the information contained within Table 7 of the officer's report has been derived. It is important that the methodology for determining the requirement for recovery capacity is the same as that used to monitor progress against that target. This does not appear to be the case. It is noted that the recovery capacity has been adjusted downwards by over 300,000 tonnes to exclude uncertain data, but the same thing has not been done to the arisings, which are deducted from capacity to show there is a shortfall. Also, the reference to currently permitted non-hazardous recovery capacity is said to be derived from operator waste surveys and Environment Agency data. This suggests it relates to throughput, which would vary year by year, rather than permitted capacity, which is fixed. Clarification is essential, especially where you, the regulatory committee members, are being asked to make a decision based on information which contradicts the detailed work done in the plan-making process just over a year ago. In terms of the location of recovery facilities, Policy 25 requires that waste should be managed close to its source. As a merchant facility, the proposed ERF could take waste from anywhere, which is clearly contrary to the proximity principle. The authority justified the proposal on the basis that it will help to reduce the exports of residual C&I waste out of Hampshire, but proposed no controls to limit imports from outside the county. The proposal will inevitably result in waste being drawn in from further and further afield as recycling rates increase and the amount of residual waste decreases as a result of measures proposed in the Environment Act. The suggestion that this cannot be taken into account is incorrect. It is clearly an important material consideration. No information has been provided on the input of the proposal on waste strategies and plans within the wider catchment area outside Hampshire, contrary to the National Policy Statement, which requires the decision-making body to be satisfied that the proposal is in accordance with the waste hierarchy and of an appropriate scale not to prejudice the achievement of local and national waste management targets. The consideration of alternative sites identified 10 years ago is woefully inadequate. The officer's conclusion that it is based on information that is up to date as currently available is plainly wrong. The suggestion that the proposal does not give rise to conspicuous adverse effects of such significance as to make availability of alternative sites necessarily material is not accepted. Historic England has raised serious concerns regarding the impact of the proposal on the significance of the Grade 2 star listed Bonham's farmhouse, specifically stating that the LPA should be clear that the facility is necessary and that the current proposals represent the best or least harmful location for it, keeping in mind the statutory duty to have special regard to the desirability of preserving listed buildings and their settings.
Emma, you have 10 seconds.
The choice of site is clearly highly material to the decision. I've only been able to touch on some of the issues of concern regarding the application, but these are so significant that it's difficult to conceive that this committee can reasonably come to a conclusion other than the application should be refused.
Way of clarification on what Emma has just said. No.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. So we then move on to the... Emma, you're welcome to stay, obviously. The next speaker is going to be Christopher Napier from CPRE in Hampshire.
Where's the timing thing? Right, thank you. My name is Christopher Napier, and I am Vice President of CPRE Hampshire, the countryside charity. As a volunteer, I lead our planning team, which covers East Hampshire, including the National Park, and I've been involved with this application from the outset. Now, the overriding concern of the Hampshire authorities who have adopted the Hampshire Minerals and Waste Plan is that waste development should be the right development in the right place. CPRE Hampshire considers that this proposal is very much the wrong development in the wrong place. I will explain. I've already circulated to committee members a short explanation of valued landscape within the National Planning Policy Framework, NPPF, along with our survey of the area to the north side of the A31 in close proximity to the existing MRF plant. And as my time is short, I'm going to focus on that area. The photographs in our survey give an impression of the attractive and distinctive landscape which rises up the valley side from the River Wey. In essence, it contains in the lower parts medium-sized arable fields with a strong pattern of mature hedgerow boundaries and large hedgerow trees. These lead up to chalk outcrops extending southeastwards into the valley. This part is classic chalk downland, which at Hollybourne Down is one of the highest points in Hampshire and much enjoyed by the public. A critical feature of the higher reaches and very much part of the attraction of the area are the fine long-distance views over the MRF plant, A31 and Riverway to the National Park. The area is crossed at the lower level by the much-used long-distance path St Swithin's Way. There is some disturbance of tranquility due to traffic noise down near the A31, but it is quite remarkable how quickly this fades into an area of high tranquility as the A31 is left behind. St Swithin's Way runs largely parallel to the A31 and passes only some 700 metres north of the MRF plant, yet is surprisingly little disturbed by noise, depending on the wind sometimes. A single line of pylons crossing northwards is a detractor in part of the area, but its impact is very limited. The survey was carried out by 3 experienced CPRE volunteers, of which I was one and another is a former East Hampshire planning officer. All 3 of us are in no doubt that the area has demonstrable attributes which take it out of the ordinary, which is the test for an NPPF valued landscape. Our survey was submitted to Hampshire County Council in response to the first consultation some 18 months ago. It is referred to in the case officer's report, but it is merely acknowledged. We do not know what that means. There is no analysis or commentary on our survey, which is surprising in view of NPPF support for protection of valued landscapes. It is said that the landscape directly to the north of the site is not considered to be a valued landscape. We responded to that a year ago, agreeing in writing that the landscape immediately to the north of the site and in proximity to the A31 is not part of the valued landscape. There is also discussion in paragraphs 59 and 560 concerning County Character Area 6A. But as the valued landscape is in County Character Area 3F, these paragraphs are not relevant. The landscape to the north side of the A31 is acknowledged by the case officer and the applicant to be in the setting of the National Park and to be visible over the MRF plant from several views within the National Park. We note the National Park Authority maintains an objection on this account. The magnitude of change that would arise from a building standing at 40 metres, 131 feet, to the top of the boiler house and 80 metres, 262 feet, to the top of the twin stacks, sometimes with a plume added, would undoubtedly be large, as the county landscape architect acknowledges. He also says that the impact of the building on the landscape would be significant and adverse in a landscape character area stated to be especially vulnerable to the introduction of tall buildings. And he says the form and appearance of the development would not be appropriate to the scale of the landscape setting of the sites and have negative impacts both on the landscape character and visual effects. And this is supported by the Hampshire County Council landscape team, which maintains an objection. Further, the valued landscape falls within 2 kilometres of the MRF plant, and so within the area where the environmental statement concludes, there would be significant adverse impacts. CPRE Hampshire very much agrees with all these assessments, but in addition considers that these impacts would have a major or major moderate adverse impact on the valued landscape, which both the NPPF and the Minerals and Waste Plan require to be conserved. Views over the riverway to the National Park would be seriously damaged, as would views to the valued landscape from the National Park. It follows that the proposal cannot comply with the NPPF, nor with the development plan, as it would have an unacceptable visual impact and would not maintain the distinctive character of the landscape, contrary to Waste Plan policies 10 and 13, nor would it be appropriate in scale and character to its location, paragraph 545, and despite being on a previously development waste management site, it would not be in a suitable location as required to comply with policies on protection of the countryside, policies 5 and 29. Nor would it comply with East Hampshire Local Plan policy CP20 on landscape. So definitely the wrong development in the wrong place. The major adverse impact on an NPPF valued landscape, combined with the other significant adverse landscape and visual effects, which you will hear about, I'm sure, need to be given much greater weight within the planning balance, leading inevitably to the conclusion that this proposal must be refused. Thank you.
Members, do you have any questions of clarification in relation to this deputy? Councillor Lumby.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Napier, for that. You say it's the wrong place. Do you consider all of Hampshire to be the wrong place, or do you think there are places that are the right place?
We're not necessarily opposed to energy recovery if it's in an appropriate place, and largely that should be in industrial sites. The current incinerators where they are. So no, we're not rejecting all locations at all. But this one is a particularly sensitive location.
Thank you.
You've got a question.
Thank you. Mr. Napier, at the beginning of your deputation, over here, you referenced the line of pylons.
Yep.
Is the objection which you're putting forward on behalf of CPRE based on just the height of the chimneys or the building in total as well?
The building and the chimneys.
Great.
Obviously, you can't mitigate that with trees, and stick up.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you.
Any other questions of this deputy?
Thank you very much.
Next speaker is Alison Melvin from the Binstead Eco Network. Alison, you've got 7 minutes. The time will start in a minute on there.
Good morning. I'm Alison Melvin, and I'm focusing on this application's environmental aspects. I represent Binstead Eco Network, which is a group of about 300 ordinary local residents who care deeply about our area. We expect that Hampshire will live up to all its environmental commitments under Policy 2 to reach net zero by 2050 and to implement Hampshire's Carbon Reduction Action Plan. This application doesn't fit with Hampshire's policies, and we take issue with paragraphs 1059 and 1060 of the decision report, asserting the need for this facility. We've all read the planner's admission that this proposal will significantly harm the landscape. Paragraph 1059 argues that this harm is worth it because of the need for the facility and the need for energy generation. But when we unpick this, the evidence doesn't stack up. There is no need. On energy generation, Hampshire's already done a lot of work on the best options. The excellent 2019 report, Powering the Solent, provides a full heat and power strategy for the area to 2050 with detailed implementation plans. It shows how demand can be reduced by large industrial users and urban heat networks, and it highlights this sunny area's potential for low carbon solar power generation. Veolia's carbon-intensive plant would spew out over 300,000 tonnes of CO2 each year, and its electricity would be more carbon-intensive than that from coal-fired power stations. Our sparsely populated area is a dire location for energy generation. It would, in fact, receive feedstock by long road journeys. It has no nearby heat users. It isn't carbon capture ready. It beggars belief that Veolia claimed on BBC News that this incinerator is climate positive. This is simply untrue. To be climate positive, it would need to remove CO2 from the atmosphere. Instead, it totally blows Hampshire's climate plans. For net zero to be achieved nationally, it must be achieved on average in every location. Carbon budgets can only be spent once. So, if an area is cursed with an incinerator, creating huge amounts of carbon, it has to do without something else to pay for that carbon burden. So next, let's look at the so-called need for a merchant facility for commercial waste. 2020's Waste Plan Review highlighted that Hampshire's current plan is out of step with its circular waste ambitions. The county needs more recycling capacity, not incineration capacity. And unlike household waste incinerators, contracts for C&I incinerators are only secured when facilities come on stream. Operators choose the most lucrative contracts, whether the waste comes from Southampton or from Stockholm. Policy 25 requires disposals to be near the sources of waste, but the decision report says that this incinerator may import waste from across the southeast, the southwest, and even from abroad. Once built, HCC would be powerless to stop Hampshire from becoming a giant waste bin. Residents want to understand why HCC is so relaxed about accepting waste from elsewhere. Hampshire's waste policy only requires net self-sufficiency. 40% of Hampshire's current landfill already comes from outside the county. We're appalled by the prospect of accepting Surrey's waste for incineration, waste currently incinerated in London and Amsterdam, because Surrey itself has no incinerators. Let's move to paragraph 1060, which states, energy from waste is considered to be an essential intermediate technology to deliver carbon savings when compared to current practice such as landfilling. Inferring a binary choice between modern incineration and old-fashioned landfilling, it's extremely misleading. Incineration's only better than landfill if it's the truly residual waste that's burned. Hampshire's already burning large amounts of recyclables in contravention of its policies 25 and 28, and the new plant would also burn recyclables. Carbon calculations for incinerators are very sensitive to input values, and it's important to understand that incinerators are actually becoming more carbon intensive because more of what's burned is plastics. Made from fossil fuels, plastics have high calorific values and release lots of greenhouse gas. By 2030, new incinerators that are already in construction will have doubled national incineration capacity, but their CO2 emissions will have tripled, because so much more of what's being burned is plastic. Burning plastic in a climate emergency is insane. It threatens net zero commitments and recycling plans, and areas with incinerators like Hampshire have much lower recycling rates than other areas. Hampshire recycles only 35%, whereas Surrey, with no incinerators, recycles 60%. And England's waste system is about to change radically as secondary legislation from the recent Environment Act comes into force. It'll be at least 5 years before this facility would be operational. Add 25 or so years of operation. That's a long time to be stuck with the wrong intermediate technology. The decision report is flawed. Hampshire has no need for this plant. And presenting this application now is a cynical move to circumvent more stringent future rules. This application should not be reviewed until we have an updated local plan and waste strategy. And the only thing that's green about this application is Veolia's greenwash. You have smarter, lower cost and lower carbon alternatives, both for waste and for energy. And for these reasons, I urge you to strongly refuse this application, because the environmental case for waste, for burning it, well, it's already gone up in smoke. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Members, do you have any questions by way of clarification on what has been said by Alison? No. Thank you for that, then. Thank you very much. The next speaker is William Butler on behalf of the West End Flower Farm. Seven minutes and the timing is on there. You'll see it.
Good morning. My name is Will Butler. I run West End Flower Farm, which is an award-winning, diversified, sustainable rural business. I am the fourth generation to farm the land, and my family have lived here since 1918. My home and my business is situated just 600 metres from the proposed site, and I am here to talk about the devastating impact the proposal will have on my rural enterprise and the many other rural enterprises in the local area, who I'm representing today, including Hallbridge Farm, Mill Cottage Farm Experience and Mill Farm Organic. It is also clear that the decision in the officer's report totally misrepresents and downplays the impact of the incinerator on us as long-standing residents and voters of Hampshire. Here at West End Flower Farm, we run a sustainable flower farm run on organic principles, utilising our local and special ecosystem to grow flowers for our local clients. We run a restaurant and farm shop in which we try to support local businesses by stocking their produce. The MRF in its current state is currently visible from our site. However, the new incinerator will almost be 3 times taller, ruining our rural outlook, which we trade on. With chimneys of the same height above that, we are also directly downwind from the chimneys and the emissions that will be released from them. You, the committee, will have walked right past my farm and reservoir when you did your viewpoint visit on the walk down St Swithun's. West End Flower Farm employs 8 full-time members of staff and during the summer season employs up to 30 people in temporary roles. I understand the ERF proposal will actually be a net decrease of employment if the incinerator is given permission. We employ 90% of our workforce from the local community. We also provide events for the local community, including gardening clubs to learn about how we farm in sustainable ways, local sports teams, weddings, and a local festival to support small business and local bands. We actively encourage tourism and have had visitors from as far afield as New York and South Korea. They come to learn about the way we are harmonising with the local ecosystem and take advantage of our location of views across the beautiful Wey Valley. The impact of the incinerator will be devastating, both personally and from a business perspective. We have earmarked over £100,000 of investment to upgrade our facility going forward, to increase our reach and employ more people. This simply has been stopped. It is my understanding that local authority policy C14 in the second review of the local plan are very keen to promote rural business, to diversify and provide jobs and links to the land that has provided so much for us. Would you want to come and walk around a flower farm with chimneys belching out emissions in the background? Quite simply, we are a rural business in a rural location who trade on the history and knowledge of our ancestors have built up over many years. The incinerator will be overbearing, not only to our site, but the entire valley, making what is a historic location an industrial dumping ground. It will wipe out all the development of hundreds of years of our rural economy, not just for me, but for many others who rely on our beautiful location for their living. This is also the incinerator can burn commercial waste that will in part originate from the outside of our county to line the pockets of commercial enterprise who have no concern for the people that live and work in our location. I would also like to comment on 2 specific points in the officer's report, which I totally disagree with. It is claimed that no concerns were raised about emissions to land, paragraph 818 and 996 in the report. Atkins, HGC's consultants, did not raise any concerns because they mischaracterised my land based on cursory look at Google satellite images. The maximum fallout for nitrogen dioxide from the incinerator is next to my lake, which is open to the public as a picnic area. It is claimed that public exposure for an hour or more is highly unlikely. This is clearly not true if it's a picnic area. The report claims that no evidence has been presented which shows a significant impact on local businesses, paragraph 995. This is just not true. We have made multiple planning objections during the consultation period, highlighting the significant adverse effect this proposal will have, as have many of my counterparts in their other rural enterprises in the area. This is just a blatant lie. I think also this was illustrated in the officer's presentation before, that the social economic elements were completely brushed aside. In summary, as well as my own business, which would be devastated by this development, think of the broader impact this will have on tourism and the rural economy in the area. The claimed social economic benefits in the conclusion of the officer's report are not true. People will stop visiting, jobs will be lost, Businesses, including mine, will go under, and rural enterprise will be ruined. My family and others have worked hard to provide an honest, decent legacy for future generations. So do councillors want this huge monstrosity in a rural area to be their legacy? The first structure visitors see after they pass the sign for Welcome to Hampshire, Jane Austen country. You may as well rename it Dumpshire. Thank you.
Presentation. Councillor Lumby.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Mr. Butler. It's very interesting. You talked about 4 generations
Yep.
have been on the site. I thought it would be interesting, as clarification, to understand what the impact was when the existing facilities went in, because, of course, there was sort of a similar situation from going from nothing to what's there.
Well, actually, before that was a cold store, so there was an industrial building in that site. From a perspective of an agricultural basis, I mean, there was an effect of it, but it wasn't significant. But we're talking about a building that is significantly smaller, obviously been outlined in the presentation previously. So, I mean, it's not really comparable. So we're also talking about no emissions, lack of noise, lack of light. I mean, there was an impact, but it was not considerable.
Thank you.
Thank you, William.
Thank you.
Speaker is Dr. Alexandra Roberts from Froyle Parish Council.
Good afternoon. My name is Alex Roberts. I'm a member of Froyle Parish Council who represents the community closest to this proposal and who will be most affected by it, along with Binsted, Bentley and Hollybourne. And I'm speaking on behalf of 19 parish councils who all objected strongly to this application. 3 key reasons to reject this proposal: visual impact, wrong location, no need. As this huge structure the size of Winchester Cathedral will be visible from virtually the whole of Froyle Parish, I will focus on the significant adverse visual impact this development would bring to our rural area for no benefit to the local communities. On your Viewpoints visit recently, you will have seen the rural area and historic small villages that we call home. You will have visited various viewpoints where you had to imagine an industrial building nearly 3 times larger than the current recycling facility, and with chimneys just as tall again on top. Then imagine a 100-metre plume on top of that, which even Veolia admitted would draw attention to the development. And if you did this, you would have realised that this is an unacceptable proposal that will devastate the rural Wey Valley and our villages. The significant adverse visual impact, arguably one of the most important considerations, is not given sufficient weight in the decision report, which seeks to downplay the impact of a development that is totally out of scale to its rural setting and would cause a significant adverse visual impact on the majority of the viewpoints analysed for the proposal. And this has just been downplayed again in the presentation. The decision report does not state that all bodies consulted with responsibility for the landscape objected strongly: EHDC, SDMP, HCC Landscape and CPRE. The county landscape architect's strong objection to the proposal is muted in the decision report by selectively quoting the milder comments. And with regard to the green wall, Para 660 says, and I quote, "The deliverability of the living wall is material to the success of the development, as it will help to visually mitigate the development." And yet Paras 664 and 665 claim that the planting and maintenance of the wall is an operational concern and not of interest to HCC. If the viability of the living wall cannot be guaranteed, then it cannot be considered as a mitigation measure. This wall will be an alien intrusion into the landscape, whether it survives or not. And remember this: irrigation of the living wall is thought to require over 9,000 litres of water per day in hot summer weather, the equivalent of over 20 times the consumption of the average 4-person family per day. With hotter and drier summers, these water requirements will be totally impractical over 30 years. As the decision report does not summarise together the compliance of the proposal with the relevant Hampshire policies, I will. It does not meet Hampshire Policy 5, Protection of the Countryside, and it is not suitable reuse of developed land, given the industrial scale of the facility. It does not meet Hampshire Policy 10, Protecting Public Health, Safety and Amenity, because of the adverse visual impact. And it does not meet Hampshire Policy 13, High Quality Design, as it should not cause unacceptable adverse visual impact and should maintain and enhance the distinctive character of the landscape. Any development should be appropriate in scale and character in relation to its location and surrounding area. It is none of these. Amenity and character in the area will be severely impacted by this huge out-of-place development. It will harm the Upper Froyle Conservation Area, it will harm the Grade 2 listed Bonhams Farmhouse, and it will harm the St Swithin's Way, used for centuries by thousands of walkers. How can the planning officer conclude that the damaging impact on the surrounding environment is outweighed by need, when in para 43 she writes, and I quote, "There is no substantial need to meet Hampshire's waste needs, and no weight can be attached to this as a reason for the facility." Surely, councillors, this undermines the whole rationale for this application. This is an opportunistic planning application based on the fact that the developer owns the existing site. It may be technically brownfield, but Wey Valley is not an industrial area, and para 394 states that this kind of location had never been intended for this use. Our community sees no local benefit whatsoever, just an enormous industrial blight on beautiful historic landscape and no clear plans for better alternative recycling, which should be prioritised and would lead to greater capacity in the existing incinerators. For off-site biodiversity mitigation, Veolia plans to improve a piece of land they own over 30 miles away in Netley, rather than anywhere locally. It is particularly disrespectful to residents who would have to put up with this development for the next 30 plus years to improve a piece of land so far away. Current local communities will not have any benefit from the heat. Heat offtake is rarely viable and extremely unlikely in this case. The condition that Veolia must review commercial opportunities for heat every 4 years is meaningless, as it merely commits them to a low-value government-funded study. In summary, 20 years ago, the community accepted the need for a small recycling facility on what was previously the site of a warehouse in order to help meet Hampshire's recycling needs. Targets. The fact that it used to handle recycling does not make it suitable for this massive industrial incinerator on the same small site. Para 1048 states, and I quote, "Precedence is not material to the decision-making process." Deciding to press ahead with this development now would be unbelievably short-sighted with all the environmental initiatives, the waste-reducing environment bill benefits due to come online, and would undermine the increased recycling and environmental initiatives. Be in no doubt that this facility would be committed to accepting commercial waste to capacity every day, every week, every month for the next 30 plus years. It cannot be turned on and off when needed. Fundamentally, this commercial profit-driven application is the wrong answer in the wrong place. There is no need for it in the minerals and waste plan. There is no reason to put it in the countryside, which would be contrary to policies in that plan. And if you approve it, this creeping industrialisation of the countryside will blight it for generations to come. The planning officer has felt it necessary to override considered advice of Hampshire County Council officers and the valid opinions of many thousands of residents plus local organisations. On behalf of all our residents, I ask every one of you to override hers. Please refuse this application.
Thank you for that considered representation. Members, do you have any questions by way of clarification? Councillor Mumby.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the presentation. Very interesting. You mentioned Bonham's Farmhouse, and I was put in mind of Mr. Butler's presentation when he'd been there for 4 generations. How long have the current occupiers of Bonham's Farmhouse been there, and how many people are in there? Can I ask a separate question as well? I'll chuck them both in before he stops me. Sorry, Chair. if the decision was to grant consent to that, and I know that you're against that, but you specifically mentioned the green wall or the living wall, and your concerns about that. Is there a particular condition you'd like to see added in relation to that, if the committee was minded to give consent? Sorry,
Well,
two very different questions.
Which one do you want me to tackle first? Bolham's farmhouse has
Is that allowed?
that is more information.
Not sure that is allowed, but could we go back so that to allow the doctor to remember your first question first?
Thank you, Chair.
And
So
deal with that
apologies. So that was how long the current occupiers of Bonham's Farm.
I don't know exactly how long they've been there for.
Okay.
Oh, somebody might be able to help me with that.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
And the second question, what was a question rather than a matter of clarification?
Okay, no, that's fine. That's fine. No, I thought it would be interesting.
Okay, and I think Vice Chair, all right, Councillor Philpott.
Sorry, Chairman, I didn't mean to jump in there. Dr. Roberts, you mentioned about the heat offtake. You said the heat offtake cannot be guaranteed. You've clearly looked into this in some detail, I imagine, and to arrive at that conclusion. Have you got any evidence to back up what you're saying, and any sort of sense that how you justify your assertion that the heat offtake is not likely to be guaranteed?
It's a pretty remote location. So in order to guarantee a heat connection, it's a long way away. And heat is very unlikely to be used. There aren't many ERFs that have managed to set up a successful heat network, and I think it's just paying lip service to it. I think there aren't new accommodations coming online that will be serviced by that, and it certainly will not. It won't help any of the existing residents at all.
I was going to stop that because that was a question rather than a clarification again, I think. Vice Chairman.
Thank you. Dr. Roberts, you mentioned in your presentation that you questioned the water usage of the living wall. In the officer's report, we've seen several examples of living walls. Does your comment reflect, or do you have anything you can clarify your statement with to show that the living wall doesn't operate successfully in previous installations?
I think there are so few examples of a living wall anywhere. I think that's the problem. I think the only other large example of it is in an urban environment, not in this more isolated location. And some of it's on a north wall, which, quite frankly, is going to struggle.
Thank you for that. Thank you, Doctor, for your statement. So we move on now swiftly to Councillor Mark Merryweather from Farnham Town Council.
Oh, there we go. Okay. All right. Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Mark Merryweather. I'm here today to speak on behalf of Farnham Town Council, which may only be one objection of the thousands that have come in, but speaks for 40,000 residents who live, work and play barely 5 miles to the northeast of the proposed energy recovery facility site. And Farnham Town Council strongly objects to this application. And now, given Farnham's proximity to the proposed ERF and county border, Farnham Town Council should have been consulted as a statutory consultee on this application, but however it wasn't. And without the formal notification, there was insufficient time to allow us to appropriately consider a response on such a major application. Turning first to the assessment of alternative locations, the situation for us is deeply unsatisfactory. We've been told variously that Veolia has selected the site carefully, but the Veolia has not given any material regard to the alternative sites, and we're told also that this has now been undertaken but the evidence that we're presented with is at best insufficient and seriously unconvincing. So absent any persuasive evidence, we just do not accept that whatever work has been done indicates that there are no other available alternative sites which could accommodate the proposal. The proposal is to burn waste from across the south of England and possibly even further, if not from abroad. And given this, the assessment should have considered sites from at least across the south which are available today. The proposed site in the floodplain of the River Wey and in countryside adjacent to the South Downs National Park is an unacceptable location for an ERF. The mass of the proposal is excessive for the site, and insufficient regard is paid to the amenities and character of the area. The unprecedented size and scale of this proposal would result in unacceptable overdevelopment on what is already a restrictive site between the railway and the A31. The form and height, at almost 40 metres high with two 80-metre flues, is inappropriate in this setting. It's disproportionate to any other commercial building in the area, having a detrimental effect both visually and environmentally, being visible from 10 kilometres above ground and requiring deep excavation into the water table close to the River Wey. Turning to congestion, the transport assessment study area is unreasonably focused just on the A31 and doesn't adequately consider the additional traffic on the A3, the A325, the A331 or the A287, let alone on local B roads joining the A31. Farnham already has a major issue of congestion with the convergence of these A roads, including the A31, with two going through the historic and built-up residential areas and several areas where poor air quality already exceeds the European air quality thresholds. Indeed, these issues are already so significant that it's now a truth almost universally acknowledged that remedial intervention in the town is needed, including for the A31 itself. It's alarming enough to Farnham that a higher level of articulated HGVs will be used to access this site more than so at present. But it's also the unpredictability of routing and the gathering of waste from such a large area that traffic assessments seem to fail most. And the proposal to have a planning condition to limit the use of some of the smaller roads around the site doesn't extend to any roads around Farnham, which Veolia would be free to use. Turning to traffic emissions generated by the operation of the ERF, we don't think that these are adequately addressed within the air quality chapter of the EIA. The 330,000 tonnes of waste needed to keep the facility running 24 hours a day, 363 days a year, will require an excessive number of HGV movements, resulting in more road congestion and pollution. The feeder road network is predominantly made up of local roads through several villages and towns, including Farnham, which will be used to access the site. Indeed, the closest motorway junction to the site, via an A road, would take HGVs through Farnham to and from the M3. This route would be unacceptable and compares starkly with Hampshire's existing incinerator sites, which by contrast are all located in the more immediate vicinity of motorway junctions, limiting the use of local roads. Any such facility should be in a sustainable location next to a major road on the strategic rail network that doesn't have the failings suffered in Farnham. Given the size and the scale of the proposed facility, it has the capacity to accept waste from a wide geographical area. 3 other energy recovery facilities are located to the west and south, and it's therefore likely that this site will be supplied from the east and the north. An assertion has been made that 48% of HGV traffic will travel to the site from Surrey, and this can only reasonably mean through Farnham, whether it's from the A3 at Guildford, the A331 at Tongham, the A325 at Farnham or Recklesham, or the A287 from North Farnham, further reducing air quality as well as adding to congestion. But actually, there's no clarity about the catchment area for this site. And with 3 other facilities west and south of the site, our concerns about access through Farnham are deep, particularly when there's already significant additional development taking place in and around Farnham, including in Hampshire, to Farnham southwest along the A31. Feedstock for the incinerator could come from anywhere, but we don't accept there's a need to serve the wider southeast, and rather we believe it's contrary to the proximity principle to make Farnham a gateway to rubbish trucked in from across the whole of the south of England. So although the incinerator reduces the amount of landfill waste, it will generate thousands of tonnes of CO2 and other emissions given the number of necessary vehicle movements. Very quickly. I'll just jump through that one. Lots of vehicle movements. So last but not least, it's an 80-metre high stack. We don't know why that's necessary if the Viola is using the best available techniques and no emissions go into the atmosphere. But given that Farnham's 40,000 people only 5 miles to the northeast and that the prevailing wind is from the southwest, we're extremely concerned, deeply concerned, that particulates will be emitted from the chimneys and that Farnham's residents will suffer the pollution along with our neighbours along the A31 corridor. Thank you for your patience, Chair. Thank you.
Chairman, just to clarify, Councillor Merryweather, you refer to the fact that the site was in the floodplain of the River Wey. I've got the OS map in front of me, and the floodplain is below the 90-metre contour line, and the site is between the 95 and the 100-metre contour line. So are you still sure that the site lies in the floodplain of the River Wey? Because as a geographer, I would suggest it does not.
Okay, well, as a non-planner, I'd have to refer back to the planning people, but that's what I've been led to believe. But if I'm incorrect, obviously I'll correct that.
Thank you, Chair. I promise to behave. Thank you, Councillor Merryweather. And I was particularly noting your comments about the traffic going through Farnham and the additional development, which I see is all progressing very well. Were traffic assessments, highway assessments carried out in relation to those developments, and did they in any way suggest there were capacity issues? Is that acceptable, Chair, or has that gone beyond clarification? Sorry. I would sort of clarify whether there was any...
I'm happy to answer it. I'm happy to answer it. As far as the residential developments are concerned, each planning application does need its own highways assessment, and that's undertaken by Surrey County Council in Surrey, the same way as it's taken by Hampshire County Council in Hampshire. But those are standalone assessments, and they tend to restrict themselves just to the area of the residential development. They tend not to touch on the major road networks. Which is why the Farnham Infrastructure Plan is looking at that more strategic level.
Right, Vice Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Merryweather, is your deputation based on advice given to you by your highways officers at Farnham Town Council?
Yeah, we're a town council. We don't have highways officers. The highways consultation for applications that happen in Surrey and in Waverley, that's all done by Surrey County Council, who I know did not object. The evidence that I have is that Surrey is committed to...
I think we're satisfied with the answer.
Okay.
Any other questions of this deputy?
Jolly good.
Thank you for attending.
Okay, thank you.
The next deputy is Councillor Adam Carew. He's here, yeah.
Thank you, Chairman. Members, can I begin? Thank you. Well, it's nice to be back, or at least it might be. It depends on the outcome today. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Adam Carew. I'm an ecologist, a writer and historian. For new members, I was a county councillor on this authority for about 20 years, during which time I was opposition spokesperson for environment and a former member of this committee. I am a former portfolio holder for environment at East Hampshire District Council, and I am chairman of East Hampshire District Council, who have objected strongly to this application. Veolia's application is on an unprecedented and monstrous scale, slap bang in the middle of rural East Hampshire. In our countryside, just literally over half a mile from the South Downs National Park. Veolia have stated that this enormous Leviathan plant will be in operation 24/7, 365 days of the year, with lorry movements to match. East Hampshire District Council say there will be a significant adverse effect on the character and appearance of the landscape. Its excessive height and physical presence fails to conserve the real character and appearance of the local area. The current MRF on this site has 15 metres tall, which is quite big enough. Visually, it's still not screened despite native planting. Maybe in a few years it would be. However, if this application goes through, I see quite a few of the trees are going to be removed anyway, and there's no room to plant anymore. But frankly, planting trees here is not going to screen the fact that this is a 40-metre high plant. The size of Winchester Cathedral, 3 times the size of the existing large MRF, with the twin smokestacks, 80 metres high, belching out fumes across a rural landscape. It will be seen and smelt for miles around. It is wholly inappropriate and without precedent, and will have a devastating impact on the Wey Valley and East Hampshire. It's contrary to government's national planning policy 2018, paras 170 and 127. These state planning considerations, and I'm quoting, for the siting of waste infrastructure facilities must include the need to protect landscapes. Para 127 says planning policies and decisions should ensure developments are sympathetic to local character, history and landscape setting. It also requires all planning decisions to add to the visual quality of the area, with visually attractive architecture sympathetic to the surrounding environment and landscape setting. Members, my mother was an architect. This is not what we have here. I think it's been likened to an enormous 1970s caravan, but I'll leave that one with you. Your own landscape team say the application is not sympathetic to the River Wey and its valley size, and thus contrary to policy 127 of the MPPF. Paragraph 170 states that planning policies and decisions should contribute to enhance the natural and local environment, recognising the intrinsic beauty of the countryside. Members, this does neither. It is contrary to policy 29.2e. This requires development to be on a scale compatible to the setting. Yet this is a massive overdevelopment in form, mass, height, bulk and scale. Planners will know that term. And a gargantuan industrial development in a wholly alien in a rural landscape. Hampshire County Council's own Waste and Minerals Policy 13 requires development to be of an appropriate scale and character to its setting. It says it should not cause an unacceptable visual impact and should maintain the distinctive character of the landscape. Members, this does not. This is against your own policies. HCC Landscape Office states this proposal can be viewed from miles around in terms of scale, mass, and is unacceptably adverse in terms of its visual impact, which does not enhance the distinctive character of the Hampshire landscape in which it sits. That's your own officer saying that. Landscape character of the River Wey. Well, contrary to EHDC and HTC's own landscape character assessments and HILCA, the Wey Valley is described by Veolia, the Wey Valley is described in these reports as uninterrupted rural valley from Alton to Farnham. Veolia's environmental statements in April 2020 says that this landscape has no attributable qualities that indicate the Wey Valley is either special or distinct. I don't know which valley they were looking at, but members, they could not have been more wrong. Both the HDC and Hampshire County Council's own landscape officers strongly disagree. The site lies within the Northern Wey Valley and is identified both in East Hampshire and Council Landscape Character Assessment. This is heavily used for walking and for passive enjoyment, as evidenced by many rights of way, which is what your own officer states. I see that I'm running out of time, so I'm going to have to speed this up a bit. Okay, EHDC says it will adversely affect Upper Foyles Conservation Area. We know the issue about the 2 historic buildings less than 500 metres away from the site, one grade star, one grade 2 listed star, and one grade 2. The latter was amazingly missed by Veolia's initial report. It's right next to the site. Historic England are very concerned about it. We know that this site will be seen from the SDMP. I need not remind you that the whole point of the SDMP is to preserve natural history, cultural history, and wildlife. Needless to say, I'm sure Jane Austen, who's just down the road at Chawton, and Gilbert White, who was just at Selborne, grandfather of natural history if you didn't know, will be turning in their very graves at this proposal. So, your officer says the impact on the River Wey Valley is 1.5 kilometres from the site is of significant adverse effect, and the impact is of predominantly adverse. I won't go into green walls, I won't go into climate change, I won't go into need, there is no need. I have run out of time, but can I just say, members, before you, you have objections from 5,500 people. The No Way Incinerator Group, CPRE, SDMP, EHDC, Waverley Borough Council, Farnham Town Council, local parish councils, your local county councillors, both your local MPs, and your own landscape officer. This council is supposed to be a listening council. If approval, members, were in your hands, please reject this appalling and highly controversial application. Thank you for listening.
Did you have any matters for clarification by Councillor Carew?
Councillor, just over here, Adam.
Hello.
You said smelt for miles around. That conflicts with the officer's report. What's your evidence for that statement, please?
I think you only have to look at the fact about the storms we've had recently and the winds today, which will be blowing this smoke, also with its nitrous oxides and NOx gases, over neighbouring Froyle, Upper and Lower Froyle, not far from Binstead. That's actually on the map today. There are 250,000 residents who live either at Alton or within the surrounding villages who will be affected by this.
Answer.
I've given you your answer. Is that it? Any more? Jolly good. Thank you very much.
Can I just check where I see the time? Okay, I'm actually going to put it in front of me as well, so I can actually see it more closely, if that's okay. Just so I can time it. Good afternoon. I'm Councillor Rob McAtter. You're probably all aware that I'm the Hampshire County Councillor for Peaceful Butler. You may not be aware that I'm also EHDC's Cabinet Member for Environment, Climate Change and Placemaking, and I represent EHDC on the South Downs National Park Authority. I have been a member of this body's planning committee for the past 6 years. The SDMP is the Mineral and Waste Authority for its part of Hampshire and is one of the 5 authorities that produced the Hampshire Minerals and Waste Plan. I'm also chairman of Project Integra. Just to remind councillors, the primary statutory purpose of the South Downs National Park is, and I'll quote, to conserve and enhance the natural beauty, wildlife and cultural heritage of the area. The SDMP objects to this application. I want to make 3 points, all of which in Councillor Latham's sensible terms are material planning considerations. Point 1, landscape impact. The second SDMPA consultation response states, and again I'll quote, the scheme would be seen as a large, incongruous feature within a landscape which visually contributes to the setting of the national park. This is the crux of the negative landscape impact. The decision report states in paragraph 516, quote, in the context of the SDMP as a whole, these impacts would not be significant in terms of the overall setting of the designated area. This is incorrect, as the entire SDMP is a protected landscape with the same statutory protection. The setting to a protected landscape can be defined as a landscape setting or a visual setting or a combination of both. The setting is important, particularly in defining and contribution to the perceptual qualities and experiences people have within the national park, particularly close to its boundary. Paragraph 633 states, it is concluded that the proposal would have a negative adverse visual impact and is not considered to be in conformity with Part D of Policy 10 of the HMWP, the one about protecting public health, safety and immunity. This states that minerals and waste development should not have an unacceptable visual impact. The site will be highly visible from viewpoints inside the national park, including Viewpoint 6 at Wick. The footpath from Wick to Malm's House Viewpoint 10 is the boundary of the SDMP, as is Wick Lane, which connects Viewpoint 6 to Viewpoint 11. The site will have a significant visual impact from these viewpoints, and this impact is unacceptable. Paragraph 565 states, it was considered that any effects on the setting of the designated area would not extend into core areas of the South Downs National Park that contribute most to its special qualities, including tranquility. This is misleading, as in planning terms, the special qualities of the SDMP apply to the entire designated asset, not just the core parts of the SDMP. There is no core to the SDMP in planning terms. Point 2, protection of the countryside. Adam Crew just talked about paragraph NPPF paragraph 170, which states that planning policy has to recognise the intrinsic character and beauty of the countryside. He also talked about NPPF paragraph 127, and I'll quote from that, that the planning policies have to add the overall quality of the area, not just for the short term, but over the lifetime of the development. I'll repeat that, the lifetime of the development. And B, visually attractive. The proposed towers and the associated plumes will be visible for considerable parts of East Hampshire, both inside and outside the SDMP. This will be a stark developed form, and it does not meet either paragraph 170 or paragraph 127 of the NPPF. Our own HMWP Policy 13 on design of minerals and waste development states that development should not cause an unacceptable adverse visual impact. This proposal does not comply with Policy 13 of the HMWP. Point 3, the need for new incineration capacity at this particular site. The first words of the Hampshire Mineral and Waste Plan are, Hampshire has some of the most beautiful countryside and coastline in the United Kingdom. This is then followed by, most waste facilities are located in industrial areas, which means they affect limited numbers of residents and minimise such developments in our green areas. The Policy 29, about locations and sites for waste management, states that development will be supported where it's demonstrated that there's a special need for that location and the suitability of the site can be justified. The existing site is a developed site and it's definitely not in an industrial area as required by the HMWP. Paragraph 21 states that the site is in a largely rural part of East Hampshire and sits amongst a swathe of undulating countryside. Paragraph 541 adds, the site is not considered to be in the countryside due to its brownfield use. It is, however, unequivocally in a green area. HMWP Policy 5 on protection of the countryside states that mineral and waste development in the open countryside outside the national park and areas of A or NB will not be permitted unless the development provides a suitable reuse of previously developed land. It goes on to state, minerals and waste development in the open countryside should be subject to requirement that it is restored in the event it is no longer required for minerals and waste use. The decision report does not explain why HMWP Policy 5C does not apply and why the current application is a suitable reuse. The argument that the site is currently for waste uses, so suitable for any waste use, irrespective of scale, appears to be difficult to justify in planning terms. In the text of Policy 29, paragraph 6.204 of the HMWP states that sites must be carefully selected and sensibly designed to avoid visual and other amenity and environmental impacts and to provide renewable energy to serve the surrounding area. This seems to be in contrast with the reasons for site selection set out in paragraph 393 of the report, the first one of which appears to be the site was commercially available. This does not look like a careful selection. It is unclear from the report how a history of waste management uses on the site can justify a change of use from the MRF to the ERF, which is going to have a capacity of 330,000 tonnes of waste against the current 125,000 tonnes and be 5 times the height and many times the mass. To conclude, the landscape impact is significant in planning terms, the countryside is not being protected, and the need for significant incineration capacity at this site is unproven. The proposal does not comply with paragraphs 170 to 127 of the NPPF, does not comply with policies 5, 10 and 13 of the HMWP. I believe these are material planning considerations and urge you to vote against the recommendation of the officers in this case. Thank you.
Thank you, Kat. Thank you for that, Councillor. Members, do you have any questions by way of clarification? Councillor Lumby.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Rob. You mentioned various viewpoints where you thought the views were an issue for the SDNP. Can you confirm, because I heard you mentioning ones which in the first section which were actually outside the park?
They are technically just outside the park. If you step back 10 yards, they're inside the park. The actual viewpoint is right on the boundary. The viewpoints selected, correct, are just outside the park. But as I said, the footpath and the road that links them is the boundary. And therefore, you stand on one side of that road or path, you're inside the park. If you stand on the other side, you're outside the park. Technically, you're right. Those viewpoints, those two, are just on the outside of the park.
Any other questions of Councillor?
Thank you.
So we move on to Councillor Martin Todd. Morning, Martin.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair. So my name is Councillor Martin Todd. I'm speaking today here as a county councillor, although not a neighbouring one, an opposition spokesperson on economy, transport and environment. I'm also the county councillor that originally proposed that Hampshire declare a climate emergency, and for your awareness, I'm also a cabinet member responsible for waste at Winchester City Council, and in that role was last year's vice chair of Project Integra, the county's waste partnership, although this is not a deputation on behalf of either Winchester City Council or Project Integra. The world of waste is changing, and this proposal doesn't reflect it. Section 1.2 of the Environmental Statement Volume 1, outlining the state of the Project Integra partnership, states, the existing energy recovery facilities in Hampshire are operating at capacity. The population continues to grow, and a significant proportion of waste from Hampshire is still being sent to landfill or exported as RDF to Europe for management. It's a core assumption, but what it doesn't say is that Hampshire, both individually and collectively, has the lowest recycling rate of any county council in the country. Hampshire's figure for 2021, 37.6%, compares to Oxfordshire, just up the A34, on 59.5%. Dismal. even our best collection authorities, Hart, Winchester, Eastleigh, are at best average or below the national average. If Hampshire got to today's South East average of 46.1% recycling rates, it would increase recycling by 23% and cut residual waste by 14%. Getting to today's Oxfordshire levels would increase recycling by 58% and cut residual waste by 35%. Getting to the national target of 65% would increase recycling by 73% and cut residual volumes by 44%. We don't recycle plastic pots, tubs and trays. Most of us don't recycle food. Too much of our existing waste is contaminated, but that's going to change. There is now a shared target to achieve 65% recycling. We're going to have extended producer responsibility. We're going to have a deposit return scheme. We're going to have consistency of collections, which in Hampshire at least will mean a dramatic increase in recycling across much of the county as we move away from weekly collections, lack of doorstep glass and towards food collections. And there's a big policy hole in this proposal as well. There's a reference to the Environment Act 2021, but all Hampshire authorities, bar one, including the County Council and including the City Council, have adopted a new joint municipal waste management strategy, which is formal policy and which has been adopted through a County Council decision day in the case of Hampshire and a formal Cabinet meeting in the case of Winchester. And it isn't referred to in the paper. Hampshire agreed it at a decision day on September the 23rd, East Hampshire agreed it at Cabinet on December the 16th, Winchester agreed it at Cabinet on January the 25th, so an entire waste plan for Hampshire, a huge amount of waste and carbon modelling sitting behind it, a plan designed to dramatically reduce the residual waste, and no reference to it in this application. The words do not appear. So not just the lowest recycling rate of any county council, but I genuinely can't see how you can make a sound decision without having even considered the joint municipal waste management strategy designed to address that shortfall. And some of the other points made, particularly about capacity, aren't planning points at all, or at least the case that they're planning points isn't made. There is a bizarre distinction created between a merchant waste plant and a municipal one. I can understand how that can have commercial logic, but it's wholly unclear, not referred to in planning conditions, and never justified in the paper, how it can have justification or any logic regarding the level of need or the assessment of capacity across Hampshire and the South East. We shouldn't allow a commercial distinction to drive planning policy. And once that commercial distinction is removed, then the capacity case becomes at best much more murky and even more flawed than it is already. Another concern that I have is about timing. There's a commitment not to withdraw Alton as a materials recycling facility until a proposed new materials recycling facility at Eastleigh has been agreed and built, which is understandable. But the new MRF and the associated move to twin sort will have a huge impact on waste patterns in Hampshire. So rushing through a decision today when implementation of that decision is dependent on another planning decision is at best premature, particularly when there are huge traffic issues associated with the Eastleigh proposal, and the potential impact of that on that application's approval and timing again makes today's decision unsafe. Effectively, we're risking that a new energy from waste facility that is serving everywhere but Hampshire, failing to confront other authorities with the consequences of their choices and leaving Hampshire residents facing all the negatives from waste that they didn't create. And the assessment of alternative site options and need doesn't reflect the regional nature of this impact. I mentioned at the beginning that I was the councillor that proposed that Hampshire should declare a climate emergency in 2019. And it's very hard to see how building an energy from waste plant is consistent with that emergency. We already have more energy recovery facilities operating than any other area in the South East. And now we want 4. Hampshire's love affair with incinerators has got to end. We cannot continue as we are. Central government, waste collection and waste disposal authorities in Hampshire have agreed plans that highlight that we cannot continue as we are, that we're going to change. But I don't see those plans reflected in the decision before you. We have the lowest recycling rate of any county and the highest number of energy from waste plants of any county in the South East. It's not a coincidence. And the proposed response to this failure cannot be to build another one. Repeating the failures of the past with no valid justification, particularly in terms of need, is no answer. Please reject this proposal today.
Thank you for that eloquent speech. Councillor McAvoy, you have a point of clarification.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Councillor Todd, could you just clarify, are you saying more recycling equals lower need for incineration?
Yes, at the moment, because we do not recycle pots, tubs and trays, because we do not recycle food waste, those products are incinerated under our current system. So that when the new twin sort and food waste collections come in, and already district councils are introducing that and planning to introduce it ahead of any government mandate as outlined in the joint municipal waste management strategy, then the amount of residual waste will fall because some of what we're currently burning will be recycled instead.
I think that's it, Martin, so thank you for attending.
Thank you.
It's 5 to 1. I'm proposing to call, on behalf of the applicant, Veolia on behalf of the applicant to address us, and then I'm going to break for lunch, leaving the county councillors to speak after lunch. And I'll review how long we'll have for lunch depending upon how we are with Veolia. So.
Thank you, Chairman. If I can introduce the Veolia team here today, we have Gavin Graveson, who is the UK Chief Executive from Veolia, Andrew Russell, Technical Director, Axis PED, who are our lead planning and environmental consultants, Rosalind Flavelle, Senior Consultant at Fishner Consulting Engineers, who are our air quality consultants, and myself, Simon McKee, Southern Planning Manager from Veolia. If I can hand over to Gavin for some opening remarks, I'll provide some further information afterwards.
All right, thank you, Simon. Chair, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Gavin Grayson, Chief Exec of Veolia. I've worked for the group for 20 years, and I've lived in Hampshire for 16. And I came down here 16 years ago when Integra saw they had a problem. Landfill was finishing. I remember Southerly, Paulsgrove overflowing, and the plants were being built. And there were difficult choices here in the city of Portsmouth, as you know, Chinham and Marchwood. And they were a challenge we had to, but we built those successfully. And they operate today, they don't smell, and they burn 365 days a year. So we've done that, but the situation still is the case. We're running out of landfill. We have one landfill left, Blue Haze, which we have had and kindly given an extension for 5 years to carry on to have that situation. So we still have the problem of what we're doing is supporting commercial businesses in Hampshire. There's 365,000 tonnes generated at the moment. It's exported, it's landfilled. Some even goes to Germany. So we're offering to support those businesses, providing a solution in a difficult era. We need resilience, we need that support. We do support the new MRF, we want to recycle more plastics, we have our own plastic plants, we create food-grade plastics. So we do support the increase in recycling, but there's a need for some resilience here. We need to build this to support businesses. It's important. The living wall does work. We have one in Leeds, you're welcome to see it. On district heating, we have a scheme in Sheffield, the largest. We have one expanding in South London, and we're connected up in Leeds as well. And again, part of this, we will have a district heating pipework in there to the industrial estate that is hopefully will attract those industries that require it. So I'm proud of what we do, and I think it's important we look forward what's going to happen in this uncertain world. It's important that the population is growing here, but also that population needs jobs, and we need to support where that material goes. So the forefront in the hierarchy is correct. We want to recycle more, but we have to build resilience, and that's why we put forward this plant. So on that, on my 7 minutes, I'm going to hand over to my colleague Simon. Thank you for listening.
Veolia is proposing a facility to manage 330,000 tonnes of commercial business waste identified as originating in Hampshire. This means it is sized to meet a local need. There is a 390,000 tonne requirement in the adopted Minerals and Waste Plan, and Veolia has calculated that 365,000 tonnes is currently landfilled or exported out of Hampshire. One of the aims of the adopted Hampshire Minerals and Waste Plan is for the county to be net self-sufficient in dealing with its own waste. It should also be noted that by the end of 2029, there will be no more landfill provision within Hampshire. We appreciate there are local concerns that have been raised during the application process, and we've collected information and opinion through our extensive engagement at exhibitions, meetings and one-to-one discussions. With regard to air quality, energy recovery facilities use well-established technology which is reliable and well understood. Our proposal is safe, and our appointed consultant has conducted detailed air monitoring which has been validated by independent consultants. We can also confirm that both Public Health England and the UK Health Security Agency agree this is the case. We have noted there has been interest in the effects of particulate matter. It should be recognised that we have addressed this in a Regulation 25 response, and levels emitted from the proposed facility are safe, monitored, and a very small fraction of other known sources. All odour will be contained within the building. In respect of traffic, the site directly accesses the A31, and our proposed movements should be seen in the context of the total movements on the A31, which are 21,000 per day. Our proposal adds an extra 44 loads or 88 movements per day to the A31. We have proposed measures to prevent U-turning at the Hen and Chickens building, and also local lanes will not be used, and this will be set out in the 106 agreement as restrictions. Considering issues of noise and light, the building will be acoustically insulated, and our modelling has demonstrated there will be no adverse impact. Noise limits will also be secured via condition. We have a carefully designed lighting scheme which will emit less overall light than the current facility. There are also no lights required on the stack. Many of these issues will be controlled via an environmental permit which the Environment Agency have advised Veolia they are minded to grant. We also appreciate there is much interest in issues surrounding carbon. It should be recognised that energy recovery is a significantly better solution for residual waste than landfill in terms of carbon emissions. The scheme as proposed would generate low carbon electricity and provide the opportunity of a heat network to Alton. The 6 carbon budget required ERF to be carbon capture ready, but ERF is also recognised as being needed to contribute to the carbon budget. The proposed facility is designed to allow space for the incorporation of carbon capture technology as it evolves. Visually, the proposed development will replace an existing industrial waste building. The proposed facility is taller but better designed and incorporates living walls that change colour with the seasons and include pollinators. We have a successful example of a living wall at our Leeds Energy Recovery Facility. In respect of the South Downs National Park, there are limited views from the facility from the park itself. There is also limited intervisibility with Bonham's Farm, which is a close listed building. Therefore, in summary, the plant is safe. It will not cause traffic congestion. It will help meet an identified residual waste need in Hampshire. It moves residual waste away from landfill, which is in accordance with the waste hierarchy. It saves carbon from day one and is ready to incorporate carbon capture technology as it evolves. It has a limited visual impact beyond the immediate locality due to the landscape. All the details are set out in detail in our application, environmental impact assessment and subsequent Regulation 25 responses. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you for your presentation. I assume that you're experts on incineration and experts on recycling. You mentioned that the carbon capture will be built into your plant as it evolves, is the phrase you use. So what happens to the waste stream when the recycling that Councillor Todd was talking about evolves so that more and more of that residual waste is actually recycled? So where do you source the fuel for the incinerator once we're recycling much more in Hampshire?
I think it's important to recognise that the 65% target that's been discussed and mentioned many times actually relates to municipal solid waste. That's what the legislation requires.
Could you speak up a bit? I think we're having difficulty.
Apologies. So that relates to household waste. This facility is here to deliver residual waste treatment for commercial and industrial waste, so that coming from businesses. And at the moment, there's a much higher recycling rate for commercial and industrial waste because of financial incentives for businesses to do that. So I think we do need to make sure that we're clear on that distinction between these targets for municipal solid waste and then the commercial and industrial waste. It's been said several times today about the fact that there is 365,000 tonnes at the moment that's going out of the county or going to landfill for management. And that is greater than the capacity that we're setting out for our facility. So that's an important point to note. There's also a growing population. Growing population will increase business waste. So there is the likelihood that the actual volume of waste will increase. We do hope that there will be increases in recycling in commercially industrial setting as well. But it's absolutely our view that a facility of this size is required to deal with Hampshire's waste. And it's critical to note that the plan requires net self-sufficiency, and that's what we're hoping to achieve with this plant.
Next one is Councillor Lumby.
Thank you, Chair. Actually, I had a very similar question. I just wanted to clarify. Are you saying that if this plant isn't built, and assuming that recycling targets are met, there will be an increase in amounts going to landfill, or at least no reduction, if the plant isn't built?
Okay. I think it's fair to say if this plant isn't built, commercial industrial businesses, and then, like I said, there's also going to be growth on top of that, so you've got to balance the two. There's 365,000 tonnes of waste going to landfill or being exported from this authority. That's not going to disappear overnight. So this authority has done a great job in terms of managing its municipal solid waste. We're hoping that with the new facilities that come on stream, recycling for municipal solid waste will increase. But we have to deal with the commercial industrial waste in this authority. That is a requirement of your plan. It's not all about focusing on household waste. You have a statutory duty to deal with business waste as well. So that's been a huge gap in this authority, and hopefully this will help to resolve that. And I think the previous presentation was interesting in reflecting on Oxfordshire. Oxfordshire's got a 300,000 tonne facility. Its population is a third of Hampshire's, and yet it is recycling 55%. So these are not incompatible, and I think that was a great example of energy recovery. Recycling can be achieved in an authority that's very close to you.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm just concerned about when it talks about air quality, and in the diagrams you mention cleansed flue gases. And what do they entail, and do they get expelled, and are they dangerous?
Well, I'll start off, and then I'm sure Rosie will interject as our air quality specialist.
I think that's in the report.
Yeah, there's a lot of information in there in the report. There has been a number of phrases that have been used today, such as smoke. There isn't any smoke out of these chimneys. There are emissions. There is very stringent control mechanisms that are required to ensure that the emissions that do come out of this plant hit necessary targets. It's going to be managed and monitored under environmental permit, which I'm sure as the members will recognise. When making a planning decision, you have to assume, and it's set out in the NPPF, that these regimes will act accordingly to the regulations. And so you have to have an understanding that the emissions from this plant are going to be very, very carefully controlled, and we've shown that they will meet the necessary stringent levels. So if Rosie would like to continue to expand, it's an important point.
Hello. Do you want I can carry on to expand on that if that's... would you like some further information?
It was the cleansed that I was confused about.
Okay, so that's to do with the flue gas treatment system. So we're proposing a state-of-the-art flue gas treatment system here, which basically cleans the exhaust gases. So if you think about when you burn some waste, it basically produces emissions. And what we do is we cleanse those, as you've said. We use a number of different methods. So the first thing is we inject some ammonia solution, which controls the NOx gases. We actually control the combustion system, and then we go through a flue gas cleaning system where we take out the particles via some bag filters, and then we emit to atmosphere through the stack. It's worth noting, like Andy said, that it's continually monitored and it's regulated by the Environment Agency, so we know what's going out. And in addition, there's Public Health England, I think they're now called the Health Protection Agency, have been doing a lot of work in this, understanding a lot of the research in this area, and actually have concluded that these plants, modern, well-run incinerators, don't pose a risk to human health.
Right. Next one is Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Chair. My question really is about clarifying what you said about the HGV journeys being on the A31. Can you clarify for me how they will get on to the A31 and get off the A31? What's the sort of most typical route that you're expecting? Will it be through towns like Farnham, for example?
Okay, so I think Lisa set out in the presentation that as a merchant facility, at the moment we don't have contracts sorted, so you don't necessarily know where precisely these vehicle movements would come from. So we undertook a transport assessment that used a number of methodologies to explore how vehicles may move around the county. We looked at the locations of highest population and therefore sort of forced the traffic from those populations. We looked at where the most individuals who work in the waste industry are located. So that would correlate then with things like waste transfer stations and existing waste management sites. So we've used all of that data to then understand those transport impacts. I guess the short answer to your question is that they will go from the locations where there are existing waste management facilities on the whole, because this is dealing with merchant waste. And those themselves will only have been given planning permission if they've got acceptable access onto the highway. We've then located our plant on the strategic highway network as set out within the plan, so that access is good to the site. And I'd just like to draw attention to the fact that within the Section 106 agreement that's proposed for the development, that there is a lorry management zone which would prevent HGVs from accessing minor roads, and that is quite an extensive area surrounding the site. So that should give assurance, hopefully, to members and to the local public that there will not be vehicles trundling up and down all of the local roads. It's located on a strategic highway network for that reason.
And it should also be noted that we're adding approximately 1% traffic to the A31, and that's it. So as set out in the report, there are 88 movements per day proposed increase, which is 44 loads, and that equates to 1% increase on the A31.
Moving on. And I think I have two more questions from Councillor Quantrill. Next one.
Thank you. If you were to receive planning permission today and subject to the conditions, how long would it take before this facility became operational?
Well, we set out in the application, it's tricky how to answer that question, but if we were to receive planning permission, and if Gavin was to sign the construction contracts, we set out it would take about 3 years to build this facility. So it could be within 3 years.
3 years after
grant of planning permission, that's quite right.
Yes.
That's why I said subject to the conditions.
Sorry, yeah, and as Gavin's just pointed out, that
yeah,
we've got to deliver a new MRF as well.
Get it? Yeah.
Great, yeah, thank you. I'm cognizant of the fact that Blue Haze is closing in 2029. Thank you.
The next one is Councillor Philpott.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Just if I may get some clarification on the power output that you're envisaging from the plant. The report says, and you have said as well, I think already, that you expect to produce enough power to power 75,000 homes, and the report and your presentations talk of electricity. Is that heat as well? Because I think it is, you intend to supply heat as well as electricity, as well as light. If that is the case, do you want to tell us a little bit more about how that works in terms of the heating? Because there are some concerns about the location of this building in terms of its proximity to residential properties.
At present, it generates heat as the drawing showed. You have a boiler there, and the boiler creates steam, and that turns a turbine that generates electricity, which is put into the national grid. That's equivalent to 75,000 homes worth. And from that, we also create steam and hot water, and that is why we'd like to propose the district heating network that connects as well and supplies district heating to the industrial estate. And that's one of the conditions we put that pipe in. The trouble is it's chicken and egg, because some industries require the heat and some don't. And until you get it there, then you start attracting the right industries, especially where the cost of heating is going so high. So we hopefully attract industries that are maybe energy intensive, that are struggling at the moment. So it's a combination of power and heating.
We have now dealt with all the questions of the deputies, apart from my three colleague county councillors. Sorry, but I hope you do understand. I'm going to break now. I think we all need a break to have something to eat and to think about what we've heard so far. So you're on next after lunch, first time after lunch. I think I say 2 o'clock, because I think we need a good break now. So we'll resume dead on 2 o'clock by that clock. Okay, so first County Councillor is Jackie Porter. Jackie, the floor is yours at 7 minutes.
Thank you, and thank you for letting me to speak today, and it's so lovely to see people in real life. When the original MRF was set up, I'm the County Councillor for the adjoining county division. I represent Alresford and just south of there. So when the original MRF was set up at Bentley, I was really pleased and actually proud that public recycling was being taken so seriously by Hampshire County Council. It was really groundbreaking at the time. Project Integra and Hampshire County Council actually took the whole challenge of recycling and brought it into a very exciting period for Hampshire. I was actually so excited by it, I took parish council members to visit the current MRF and Chinham so they could get an idea of a scale of these operations. And actually, this new site is 3 times higher. Then, residents were encouraged to start recycling. Interest has grown even more and hugely since the pandemic, and industry is being forced to invest in fully recyclable materials to show their commitment to the environment and to their green credentials. The purpose of this application is to provide a site for the incineration of commercial and industrial waste from across the country. Why are we solving the other counties and possibly other countries' waste when we have a strong desire to achieve a net zero carbon footprint? No more than 330,000 tonnes of waste, but in what form? Is it dirty cardboard? And at what times of day? I'm just going to talk about this from a local point of view. The A31 at the site is wide, but just a few miles south, just as north, it passes through Ropley and Foremarks, where the roads are narrow and houses line alongside it. There are about, if you actually look at it, about 146,000 movements per year will take place to visit this site. A bus service, the 64, runs along this route and it keeps good time, and I'm concerned about the impact of any works that create a problem through those 2 villages. 128 movements, 7 days a week, changes the character of those villages forever. From bitter experience of another site, an HGV size is not precise. But it actually, in this application, is admitted that it could be much larger. At this other site, we're enduring double containers, considerable noise and dust, danger for pedestrians and cyclists, considerable vibration, noise, and actually particulates we don't even know what will do to people's brains in the future. The application here is for an energy recovery facility, but the details are not finalised about what that energy and where that energy is going to be put into the system, and that's actually as part of the conditions in the appendix. Hampshire County Council has committed to a climate crisis, and that this application has not confirmed how it will achieve that carbon capture and is yet to demonstrate net zero compliance within the application. Paragraph 43 discusses lighting compliance. The South Downs National Park has objected to this application for landscape and impact on the night skies. I note, and I've just put this in, I note that this morning they said they won't need to light the towers. I'm not sure why the chimneys don't need to be lit, but I'd appreciate some clarity on that, and I hope you do too. The statement from the National Park is there should be no degradation of the landscape right to the edge of it. This is only a kilometre from the edge and actually will affect the impact of the landscape there. We have a new Environment Act 2021 which reduces non-recyclables and puts the onus on producers to use recycled materials. The gentlemen say that, and ladies, say that there's 365,000 tonnes of industrial waste are currently being processed in this country and out of this country. But actually, we don't know what percentage of those are recycled already and what are actually going to be incinerated in other countries. And the clarity of that is just not there in this conversation. And again, from experience of another site elsewhere in Hampshire, a lot of that recycled cardboard goes abroad to be recycled into cardboard. And actually, will that end up going to this site because it's easier to send to a UK site than sending it somewhere else to be recycled? By the end of the decade, the incinerators will be doubled in capacity in this county, but this will destroy potential recyclates and put carbon dioxide into our atmosphere. So looking at our policy 25, does this site deliver the following? 1, it should enable net self-sufficiency and divert 100% waste from landfill. Well, it appears that it exceeds self-sufficiency from what we've heard this morning. 2, does it encourage waste to be managed at the highest level in the waste hierarchy? No, it doesn't, because it offers incineration. It makes it easier for the option not to sort your waste. Does it reduce the amount of waste currently sent to landfill? It will, but this is industry waste, and again, it will discourage the industry from having to sort their waste into recyclates and not recyclates. Will it be located, is it located near to the source of waste or markets for its use? We've absolutely no idea. Again, my experience of the other site is we were promised that all material would come from 2 hours away. Now that same company advertises it right across the UK. So does it 2 hours away from by driving, or is it 2 days away by sea? And fifthly, how near is near? I think that's the question that I think we need to ask today. And finally, maximising opportunities to share the infrastructure at existing sites. Now, Veolia manage quite a few sites right across the country. It knows it needs to feed this one with 330,000 tonnes, and I presume similar targets will be set for others. Will they be moving waste across the country just to maintain the working levels at each site, and just to maintain the energy that will be needed to fit into all of those? We have no assurance on that today at all. It won't be necessarily Hampshire's waste. It will be waste from across the country and maybe further afield. Thank you.
Jackie, questions? Any questions of Jackie? Let off lightly. Right, so we then go to Councillor Andrew Joy.
Thank you, Chairman. Good afternoon, Chairman and members. I'm Councillor Andrew Joy, Hampshire County Councillor for Alton Town. The Right Honourable Damien Hinds, MP for East Hampshire, who understandably cannot be here today, has asked me to present his deputation. East Hampshire District Council is opposed to this application. Waverley Borough Council is opposed to this application. Basingstoke and Dean Borough Council is opposed to this application. The application site is situated in Froyle, and Froyle Parish Council is opposed to the application. A remarkable 20 further town and parish councils have also lodged formal objections. As MP for the area in which the site is situated, I'm not a decision maker in respect of the application, nor even a statutory consultee. Nevertheless, I have heard from many residents who are against the proposal. The same is true for Jeremy Hunt, the MP for neighbouring South West Surrey. He and I have both lodged objections. You must, of course, determine the application in accordance with extant national and local policy, but I do think it's important that you are aware of public opinion is overwhelmingly opposed to the application before you. The planning statement submitted by Veolia indicates the incinerator would have a design life of around 30 years, but that in reality many elements of the plant would last beyond this period. If consented, this means the facility would likely be operating well into the 2050s. I believe and hope we are at the cusp of enormous changes in our approach to the consumption of resources and how we deal with the waste which we create. These changes will be accelerated and supported by government measures. A tax on plastic packaging will be introduced in April of this year and will act to divert plastic waste from landfill or incineration. The tax will encourage the use of recycled plastic instead of new plastic within packaging, thereby creating greater demand for recycled plastic. The Environment Act 2021 received royal assent just over 100 days ago. This will allow the government to implement policies at every single stage of the product life cycle to ensure we move towards a circular economy. For example, the resource efficiency powers in the Act will enable the government to set product design and related requirements to ensure products are more durable, repairable and recyclable. The government also maintains and develops tax policies to support effective waste management. As recently as October 21, the government had reiterated that should wider policies not deliver the government's waste ambitions, it will consider the introduction of a tax on the incineration of waste. Other speakers today have addressed specific aspects of the application before you. My hope is to have demonstrated the depth of public feeling against the proposal and the clear direction of travel from national government towards a circular economy with much reduced requirement for incineration. From the perspective of a county councillor and a former regulatory committee member, I have some fundamental questions about the proposal. What is it? Para 39 of the decision report claims this is a power station. It is not. It is an incinerator that might sometimes generate some electricity. The Environment Agency agrees with this, saying the applicant has not applied to operate a power station. The application is for an incineration plant with the primary purpose of waste disposal, whereas a power station's primary purpose is to generate energy. How big is it? The decision report claims in various places that the proposal is 165 metres long. This overlooks the air-cooled condenser, which, although not sized in any of the documents provided by Veolia, adds another 30 metres or so to the building's length and is clearly part of it. It's the bit with pipes coming out of it at one end of the building. That the report doesn't even recognise how big this thing really is, let's say, disappointing. But perhaps most important, what impact will it have? You've already heard from many speakers about the hugely negative impact of this development and how there is no robust, well-evidenced demonstration of need to balance against that. It's very hard to determine what the impacts will be from the decision report due to the way it's worded. Negative issues are split across lots of sections. Concerns are acknowledged, noted, or understood, but then no debate or evaluation takes place as to whether the application conforms or not. Large parts of the report are copied verbatim from the applicant's documents, again without critical analysis, and the applicant's claims are included as fact when they are only an opinion. Objections from the Council's own teams and consultants selectively identify, cherry-pick if you wish, only the milder concerns. There are serious omissions in the decision report, no discussion at all of the periodic and significant visual impact of the plume, no discussion of the HDC's policy CP19, development in the countryside, partial quoting only of other policies. What we do know, but is not stated clearly, is that all bodies with responsibility for the landscape objected. The HDC, South Downs National Park, Council's Landscape Department, CPRE, all of them think this proposal is contrary to policy, and even the county's consultants, Indigo, considered it unacceptable. What we also know is that Historic England raised significant concerns about the impact on the setting of the Grade 2 listed Bonham's farmhouse, and that the, quote, need for and benefits of the development must decisively outweigh, unquote, historic interests. The site visit did not include a view from the farmhouse. This mirrors Para 200 of the NPPF, which says that any harm to or loss of the significance of a designated heritage asset from its alteration or destruction or from development within its setting should require clear and convincing justification. The report has not explained why the supposed need from across the south of England, or maybe waste from Hampshire, if you believe the rewriting of the Hampshire Minerals and Waste Plan which has taken place, decisively outweighs the heritage interest or provides clear and convincing justification for this. Therefore, this proposal is contrary to Policy 7 of the Minerals and Waste Plan. The report also claims that this facility complies with Policy 29, Locations and Sites for Waste Management, in Para 409 of the report. However, This paragraph misquotes Part 3 of Policy 29, which in fact says a special need for that location and the suitability of the site is justified. The justification in the report that because the site is currently used for waste purposes, it is therefore suitable for any waste use, is not applying this section of the policy correctly. What is the special need for this particular site when any industrial site with reasonable road links in the southeast would comply with the other parts of the policy? How special is this site really? There's been no justification for this, quote, special need, unquote, and therefore the proposal fails to comply with Policy 29. Please consider that whatever the officer recommendation, you may come to a different conclusion as to the balance of benefits and impacts. As you have heard, the case for need of this facility, which is the only conceivable possible benefit, is contrived, convoluted and confused, and rewrites the Minerals and Waste Plan. There is a multitude of adverse impacts around visual impact, impact on heritage assets, climate change, recycling, and the waste hierarchy, and more. As Heritage England stated, approval should only be given where the benefits decisively outweigh the harms identified. Ask yourself why this is being considered now, given Damien Hines' statement that we're on the cusp of massive change in waste and resource management. Who does this application benefit? Why are they pushing for it now? And what waste will it burn for the next 30 plus years? And where from? With an objective to divert waste from landfill, why landfill the Wey Valley with this enormous carbuncle? I urge you to reject this application.
Thank you, Andrew. Members, do you have any questions by way of clarification on Andrew's statement?
That's a relief. Thank you, Chairman.
Yep. So lastly, but certainly by no means least, Councillor Mark Kempchey. Mark.
Well, thank you, Chairman, for that kind introduction. My name is Mark Kempchey, and I'm the local county councillor for the application site and have represented the Alton Rural Division for the last 16 years. On reading the officer's report on this application, it occurred to me that its conclusion, namely to recommend, had, in my opinion, been predetermined prior to compiling it. Accordingly, it was written to fit the predetermined results, and thus a sense of balance, I feel, is lacking from its contents. I'll give you a key example. In the report, conclusions are drawn that the negative effects of a new incinerator, which are clearly called out as objections by every authority with responsibility for the landscape in the area, are apparently completely overweighed by the need for this new facility. This newly determined need is expressed in tables 5, 6 and 7, which are very significantly different to the basis of recovery capacity need established in Hampshire's waste plan, which have been regularly reviewed over the last 10 years. The waste arisings figures are generated from data that the report admits are highly unreliable, and completely different conclusions are drawn by the officer to those drawn by the South East Waste Planning Advisory Group, who in their 2021 assessment of need in the South East. Do colleagues in this committee really believe that a decision of such magnitude can be safely made on the basis of untested calculations which have not been adopted through the normal waste and mineral planning process or the Regional Planning Advisory Group? Indeed, calculations that were still being cobbled together last night on a PDF. Much has been said about Hampshire exporting waste, but also bear in mind that Hampshire imports some 300,000 tonnes a year as well at the moment. Members may care to dwell on that issue. Now, just a brief word about East Hampshire. It's a very rural district with a population of 110,000, but punches its weight for the county, being the third largest contributor to council tax of all 11 districts, ranking after the New Forest and Basingstoke. Alton is one of 3 country towns in the district, together with Borden and Petersfield, which is in the South Downs Park. Now, the park has brought a major planning problem to East Hampshire. The park covers 60% of its landmass, and accordingly, the majority of all new housing in Hampshire has to fit into 40% of the district's landmass. This is putting great pressure on finding new sites for very substantial increases in housing numbers, most notably in the A31 corridor between Four Marks and Farnham. Thus, the need to protect this rural landscape, precious as it is becoming absolutely vital, as it must balance the substantial addition of new housing in the area. The Upper Wey Valley nestles in the Hampshire Downs, and its highest hills, Hollybourne, Selborne and Nure, these last 2 in the park, are between 600 and 650 feet above sea level, and in close proximity to this site, which with its chimney stacks and plumes will also be over 600 feet high above sea level, a towering industrial man-made development indeed. East Hampshire and all its democratic institutions have risen up as one against this application. Thousands and thousands of individuals have objected to it, with just 11 in favour. It was back in 2019 that the construction of 2 very large private incinerators, primarily designed to take out-of-county waste, was first mooted in Hampshire. The Wheelabrator application was to be on the Eco Park adjacent to the A303 and A34, close to the villages of Barton Stacey and Long Parish in the Upper Tess Valley, while the Veolia application is in the Upper Wey Valley. I'm now going to read the joint approval response from Councillor Keith Manns, Councillor Rob Humby, and ETE Director Stuart Jarvis to the Wheelabrator application. Quote, "The County Council considers that the proposal is contrary to Policy 5, Protection of the Countryside, and Policy 29, Location of Sites for Waste Management, of the adopted Hampshire Minerals and Waste Plan. We also consider that the landscape and visual impacts of the scheme cannot be appropriately mitigated, and therefore the location of the facility in the open countryside is not appropriate." And it went on to say, overall, the Mineral and Waste Plan considers an additional 400,000 tonnes per annum of waste capacity up to 2030 is needed, and it would be expected that this capacity is met by a variety of waste facilities, as different types of waste will be best handled by different waste management technologies. There's also a need for a strong focus on recycling facilities in order to be in line with the waste hierarchy. That is what the leadership of our County Council said in 2019. 2 years later, this has now become apparently the Hampshire Mineral and Waste Plan reviews are all wrong. We need to build a 330,000-tonne incinerator, and this defies belief. Policy 5 states that the nature of any development has to be related to countryside activities, meets local needs, or requires a countryside or isolated setting. Transparently not the case here. The main building is going to be 3 times higher at some 40 metres than the existing building, which has a green roof that hunkers down nicely in the landscape. The 320 feet twin smokestacks with plumes will brand it as a major industrial activity and will be visible from town and village for miles around. The skyline of large tracts of East Hampshire will be dominated by it. And the report states unbelievably that our precious rights of way, such as the Writers' Way, St Swithin's Path, the South Downs Way, will not be impacted, an obviously incorrect assertion as the second site visit demonstrated. In Policy 29, not a single criterion for site location is met. It is not in an urban area. The A31 is not a strategic road corridor and becomes single carriageway in some 4 miles from the site with 4 light-controlled pedestrian crossings. This and other villages will endure significant HGV imported out-of-county waste. Nor is the site in an area of major new or planned development. The Wheelabrator site was to be on an eco-park on a strategic road network, the A303, A34. Nor can any special need for this site be accurately justified. As I said, virtually all the conditions for Policy 29 cannot be met by this site or application. Last week, the County Council approved a £30 million capital budget to build, together with its partner Veolia, a modern recycling plant in Eastleigh, a successor for this site's current activities. It borders an industrial estate. It's next door to a sewage farm, and it boasts of being only 15 metres high, the same as this site currently. It's on the strategic road net, the M27, and there is an undoubted need for it. Virtually every box for Policy 29 is ticked, and it rightly boasts about it. Contrast this with the risible and almost laughable consequences of agreeing to this application. So why is it that ETE are recommending this application from its partner of 27 years, Veolia, when it is contrary to policy? Why is it that Veolia were permitted to lobby the Regulatory Committee at the site visit in July, contrary to the Planning Code of Conduct? Why is it that internal voices of dissent within ETE have been stifled?
Mark.
And why is it the members of the Regulatory Committee... Sorry.
Sorry, you're over time.
According to this, I'm half a minute to go, Chairman.
All right, go on.
Why are the committee urged by Minerals and Waste officers to ignore all the democratic institutions and landscape planning authorities in East Hampshire and beyond? I believe that the process of corporate governance and the ability to transparently manage obvious conflicts of interest has moved on since the arcane model at ETE was formulated, where it can help devise and recommend its own planning policies or those of its partners. Thank goodness for the Regulatory Committee, who today have a great responsibility to act as unbiased arbitrators for an unsuitable and conflicted application which is promoted by ETE and Minerals and Waste in support of its Minerals and Waste partner, the corporate giant Veolia Suez. I very much hope you will reject this application. Thank you.
That was the best round of applause we've had this afternoon, so it must have been good. So far, yeah. So members, do you have any questions of Councillor Kempchey? No questions? Cheers, Mark. Right, we've therefore concluded the questions of the deputies, and we now move to the questions of the officer, presumably addressed to Lisa Kirby-Hawkes. Right, Mark, you want to go first?
I'm a councillor of a very simple brain, Chairman.
Yeah.
When we were shown the presentation, you had some photographs showing the plume against a cloudy background, which obviously obscures the plume to some extent. Now, in your update paper, you add a paragraph to 567, which states that the climatic conditions most likely to generate a visible plume occur in winter when there are cool temperatures and low humidity. Now, I did my climatology lessons about 55 years ago, but I seem to recall that those conditions occur during anticyclonic weather, i.e. when the atmospheric pressure is over 1,012 millibars. Now, if that's the case, that means there are clear skies. So therefore, in any anticyclonic conditions, as long as the plume rises and then eventually cools, there will be a visible plume against a blue sky. So I don't understand why we didn't have any photographs showing the plumes against a blue sky rather than simply a cloudy sky.
Take your point. Obviously, some of the imagery I provided for you just showed what you said, the winter views. I think you're picking up an important point about the plume visibility. This has been set out, the assessment of this has been set out in the environmental statement and in the additional clarification that has been provided by the applicant. That has been reviewed as part of by the consultees as part of the process, and there have been no additional concerns raised to the information that is in that documentation and the findings of that documentation. So whilst I take your point, it probably would have been really helpful to have different visuals. I just included those just today just to give you an idea of what was considered to be the most significant part of the year according to the findings of that documentation.
Right, so you're saying basically is, just imagine that the sky was blue and not cloudy and you could see the plumes against the blue sky.
In the images, did you say?
Yes.
Oh, sorry, I didn't take that from your question. So can I go back to the images?
If you get
and you
the
can
image
tell me
up,
where,
please,
yeah,
Lisa, just so we can see the plume against the cloudy
Yeah.
sky. And I want members to see it in their minds against the blue sky.
this one here you're talking about, or the other one?
I think my point is made.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I've got a quick question really about dioxins and furans, which are created during the post-combustion formation. Because I wanted to find out more, because it just said that there wasn't significant risk to health. So, of course, I'm one of these people who likes to dive into all the appendices. So I went dutifully to Appendix 8.4 under ES Volume 3, which is what it states in the document. And all I can bring back is Appendix 8.2, which is actually about dust assessment. There's nothing about dioxins and furans in it. So could you please explain how it's not significant? Because I'm not yet aware of an amount which is considered safe for human beings. Thank you.
Certainly in the documentation, I would have to just dig out what the appropriate part of the documentation is, and if you want me to do that in terms of detail, I will have to ask for a slight adjournment. But the key thing here is that all of the assessment work that's been undertaken as part of the application has been assessed by our consultees, and that includes Public Health England and our own public health team, as well as the environmental health officer, who have concluded that based on the assessment work that's been undertaken, there is no risk to human health. If you want me to go into a bit more detail and drill through into the data that in the documentation, I am going to have to ask for an adjournment to get that information, because it's all behind me. So I'll leave that with you.
The information provided in the document doesn't tie up with the information within the document. So it tells me to go and look at a specific appendix, which I have tried downloading about 3 times, and it keeps bringing back the wrong information. So I at least would like to, I think all members would like to make sure we were cited on the correct documents before we make a decision.
Can I just ask, are you using the appendix at the back of the report to access those documentation? So I think it might be the issue is there. Essentially, the application information is on the website, and it is all appropriately available on the website. There may well be some issues with those links, which is why it says at the top of that document to go to the website if you're having problems accessing those documents.
If you're not happy with that answer,
I would like to be reassured about what it's saying about, what is deemed significant or not significant risk to public health.
Well, then, can I suggest that we adjourn for 5 minutes in order that between the two of you, you can get together and resolve that issue rather than go back and forward?
Thank you.
Right, so we'll adjourn for 5 minutes.
interpolation is calculated at 20 m cubed. Is this, how comparable is this? And this is on a daily basis and not a monthly basis. So I just want to be reassured that the pollution level is not going to exceed the 70 picon per month to be ingested by people. And this then goes on to say, and what is the impact on any of our agricultural growers in the area? Because if this gets into food that's then going to be consumed by people as well.
Louise, can we take those two questions
Yes.
then? Right. Laura.
Thank you, Chairman. I can't specifically answer the details of that question, but what I can say is that Public Health England were obviously consulted on the planning application and have assessed the environmental statement and are satisfied with the outcomes of it. And I would also note that the Environment Agency, through the environmental permitting, will consult the Health Protection Agency, and largely the emissions issue is dealt with through the permitting regime rather than through planning. Obviously there is a bit of crossover, but most of that is dealt with through the permitting. So I'm afraid that's all I can say at this stage.
If I could just add to that, Atkins looked at this issue through the assessment work that they've undertaken, and they also concurred with the assessments that have been undertaken. So I find them to be acceptable.
Does that answer all your questions?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you for that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There's been a fair bit of discussion about the heat transfer facility that could be a benefit from this application. And if we were to assume that this application was granted, can you tell me in a bit more depth, bearing in mind that there's no housing in the area, there's no other industry in this area, and as it is where it is not likely to be any other industry, how are we going to utilise?
Thank you very much, Councillor Cooper. As I indicated in the presentation, there's been some work as part of the application to look at potential opportunities for heat. You know, obviously you are potentially looking for those customers, and in and around residential areas and industrial areas are obviously prime opportunities. Having said that, the applicant has done that work and is confident that they will be able to secure those customers once permission is granted. And so the key thing for us is to ensure that there is the ability for that heat connection to take place. So in the original submission, there was assessment, but not the ability and not the commitment to ensure that that takes place. And so you'll see in the application and in the conditions attached to it, there is that commitment to ensure the heat connection takes place through the conditions and through the 106.
I think policy 28 condition B is of relevance there too. Any more questions? Councillor Lumby.
Thank you, Chair. Can I ask about the whole biodiversity net gain position? Because I'm afraid to say it was too complicated for my little brain. I think, as I understand it, it said that there isn't sufficient net gain on the site, so you have to add in something that's been taken into account in Eastleigh, which seemed to be an awful long way away. Is it correct that you can take into account something that really is giving no local benefit at all? What's the sort of range? How does that work?
So biodiversity net gain as a concept is coming through the Environment Act, and it's in a 2-year transition period, so it currently isn't mandatory. So it's just important to say that in the first instance. When a development comes through the process, we will be expecting to look at how net gain can be delivered, and certainly it will be an absolute requirement once this is mandatory in 2 years' time. So you quite rightly said, they've looked at the site, they've considered what they're planting and what the potential is on site, and they cannot deliver the full 10%, which would be required if this was mandatory, on site. So they've looked for opportunities elsewhere. There is no restriction on where those opportunities can be, which is essentially, there's nothing in terms of legislation. But I take your point, the local value and the local benefits is obviously going to be preferred. So the applicant has proposed a site that is in their ownership to do this work, but I am of the understanding that the applicant would have looked much closer to home if the opportunities that they had looked at to potentially deliver this could have been delivered, and they couldn't be. So the net gain would be delivered with regards to Netley, and you also note that in the application there is additional community benefits offers at Shortheath Common, which are not part of the planning process in terms of decision making, but do also add ecological benefits more locally.
Any further questions of the officers?
Thank you, Chairman. Councillor McCarter, this presentation or deputation mentioned need, and also whether we've examined the opportunity to consider applications for industrial areas. I recall there's an appendix possibly. Could you refer me to it for the assessment of the alternatives which may or may not be relevant to granting this application, please?
Absolutely, Councillor. So the alternatives assessed by the applicant are set out in appendix, bear with me a second, appendix I of your report, and that sets out the assessment work that's been undertaken by the applicant.
Can I just add one question about the Willabrator? Because Councillor Kemp-G mentioned it and referred to a letter written by 3 senior members of the council refusing the application, or I think it was a consultation, so they indicated that HCC did not support it. I realised that it was a separate application, and I realise it doesn't necessarily set any precedent. My understanding of that application was that the site was, or the building was much bigger than this one, but I don't have the details. This application is effectively on a brownfield site. I know that one was definitely on a greenfield site. So there is a distinction, but can you give me further details?
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, I'm happy to do that. So yes, the Wheelabrator proposal at Barton Stacey was a 500,000 tonne facility, which would generate over 50 megawatts of power, so therefore came under the nationally significant infrastructure regime. So we were consulted by the applicant at pre-application stage, looking at that proposal. And as you rightly say, the site was a greenfield site, and therefore that was our primary reason for raising concerns about its ability to comply with the Hampshire Minerals and Waste Plan policies. As Councillor Kemp-G said, we highlighted the figures in the Hampshire Minerals and Waste Plan at the time relating to need. Obviously, as we were a consultee, not the Waste Planning Authority, it wasn't incumbent on us to demonstrate that there was a need, so we took those figures on face value. And obviously since then, as Lisa has outlined, there have been some concerns raised about the figures that we have been using, and we have undertaken a more thorough assessment of those. So that was our position then. So that was a letter that went, it was a technical response. It was signed by Stuart Jarvis, the Director of Economy, Transport and Environment. And that was our position on that technical consultation.
Thank you for that. Any other questions, Councillor Lovely?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for giving me another go. Carbon capture. One of the speakers said that we couldn't really take into account because it's something that is sort of an option for the future. And I've just rechecked the conditions and couldn't see anything in there. How can we be sure that carbon capture technology will be added as and when it becomes available, and is there anything we can do to encourage that?
Thank you, Councillor Lumby. And there is an informative relating to carbon capture in the at the end of the Appendix A. The key thing with carbon capture is the technology is emerging, and there's no specific regulation which gives strength behind it to actually ensure its installation at this current stage. However, it is absolutely fundamental that this plant has the ability to adapt to any regulations that may come in. And carbon capture, it's very clear the government wants to bring this in, and it will install and require this to be installed. So the real mechanism to do this is through government regulations and indeed the environmental permitting regime. And so we would expect that will drive the installation of the technology once it's basically economically and physically viable to put that in on site. The design of the proposal we've heard today has the ability to ensure that can be accommodated. It will be essentially just be done when the technology is available to do that.
Thank you, Chairman. How are the applicants going to mitigate the extra vehicular access and the routing? So, you know, the carbon footprint of their vehicles going to and from the site?
So the carbon assessment looks at that as an issue and obviously has assessed it as part of the application, and that's been documented in the report. Ben, I don't know whether you wanted to say anything in terms of sort of wider issues in relation to highways and on that point.
If the question's relating more to carbon impacts, then I don't really have any further to add. I'm happy to answer any questions on the impact on highway capacity and safety.
So I guess the key thing is it's been assessed, and as part of the application has been found to be acceptable.
Councillor Merryweather raised some issues from Farnham Town Council's point of view. Remind me, did we get input from Surrey Highways officers on the traffic movements? And what was it?
So we have had the comments from the Surrey County Council, and that's obviously documented in your report. I take the point that was raised earlier about some of the roads in and around Farnham and the concerns that essentially the Section 106 as proposed may not reach up to some of those roads. So I think if members were minded to grant permission today, we could look to include additional roads as part of the Section 106 outside of what we've currently proposed, just a bit further up the A31.
Thank you.
Any other questions of the officers? Yes. Councillor Bruce.
Thank you, Chair. Coming back to the roads thing, obviously Councillor Merryweather expressed concerns about Farnham Town Council. He also mentioned local B roads. Alton Town Council raised the B3004 and the B3006. Bentley Parish Council raised extra traffic coming through their parish. Sitting down yesterday with my Collins Road Atlas, there's an awful lot of little sort of by roads and B roads and even less than B roads, which if I were trying to avoid traffic on the A31, I would be tempted to use. So how effective can a travel plan actually be? I mean, how will it be policed? Will it be policed? And what will be the penalties if it's not used in the way it should be? I really worry about the additional traffic in some fairly small villages and some fairly small roads.
So if I start off on that, and then I might go across to Ben again on this. Obviously, you've got some conditions attached to the permission which relate to a travel plan. All conditions, as you know, are actively monitored by our monitoring enforcement team, so we have enforcement powers to ensure that they are complied with. And the section 106, as proposed, as you've rightly identified, there are some roads that we have identified to be included on a lorry routing associated with that 106. Again, we will have enforcement powers to ensure compliance there. I'll just pick up another point here about the use of the hen and chicken junction, and I know this has been a significant concern for local communities. One of the proposals in section 106 is to introduce a traffic camera there, which would be used by the operator to ensure compliance of use of that junction. So there's a bit of information on that in the report. Ben, I don't know whether you want to come in on anything more than what I've just said.
Yeah, only just to re-emphasise some points around the lorry routing. I think the proposed routes in terms of the 106, the prohibited routes, I think there's further discussions on exactly which routes are included in that prohibition. In terms of lorries, the routes HGVs choose generally, there will obviously be existing traffic regulation orders in place across the network to sort of protect more rural routes. And I think the assessment has clearly focused on that length of the A31 outside of the proposed facility, principally because that's where the highest concentration of movements are going to be, and therefore looking at ensuring that the highway would operate in terms of capacity and safety. Elsewhere, you've heard in the discussion, the debate today, that the market for this is still to be determined through signing of contracts. It's very difficult to then, beyond what's been done already in terms of the assessment, go into any further level of detail. But I think it's, from my perspective, it's encouraging that we've got this proposed prohibition of routes. I think the conditions and the 106 agreement would provide the ability to sort of enforce on those the routing.
Sorry, Chairman, if I might ask one last question. The presentation, or the deputations from Councillor Joy, Councillor McCarter, Mr Butler and Ms Barnett have all come back to this challenge of whether it's needed or not. And I know we've touched on it in the report, but I wonder whether you could just expand on that to answer those four, and other people have mentioned it, the essential need for this application in the first place.
Thank you, Councillor. As you are aware, it's obviously documented in the report and the update reports in relation to need. There's a bit of a story to tell here, and I think I need to explain it in the detail so members will completely understand where we are at really with need. When the plan was adopted, it included a requirement for 0.39 million tonnes of recovery per annum as a minimum rate. And what's happened since then is the plan has obviously been monitored, and we've got a 2018 monitoring report that is available, and a 2020 version of that is looking at the performance of that policy. And there is data in that, both of those documents, which when you look at it on the face of it, looks like there is not necessarily a need for this proposal. However, through the planning process, issues in relation to waste data have come up. Those were actually already known before this application came in. It's identified in the 2019 monitoring report that there are issues with the collection of waste capacity data, and that will need to be looked at through the review of the minerals and waste plan. So we had the consultation, and the applicant did raise concerns about the capacity data that we were relying on. So we had a duty to look at what the applicant was telling us, but also to come to our own conclusions. And so we've undertaken our own assessment of what we consider to be the actual capacity on the ground. And it's important to note here, and I mentioned it in the presentation, waste data is inherently very difficult to analyse. There's a lot of flaws in it, and that's for all types of waste data, but particularly for C&I waste. So what we did is we looked at essentially the sites that form kind of recovery capacity that is set out in the waste data interrogator, And then we literally went round one by one to each of the sites, and I basically identified with them if there were any areas of the capacity they had identified in the waste data interrogator which could not be considered to be recovery, i.e. they had misreported. So you will see in the Appendix O that has been released to you the sites that we looked at in that package of work, and indeed any adjustments that were made. So for example, if I use, I think I said it a bit earlier, if I use the CSG site as an example, that was reporting that it was a recovery site, but actually it's a liquid waste site, so it simply wasn't recovering anything at all. So the data was inaccurate, and the data we've all reported previously is inaccurate based on the work that we have done. But we had a duty to look at this as an issue because it had been raised through the planning process. We've come to our own conclusions about what we consider to be the most up-to-date capacity for C&I in Hampshire. I'm going to say it again, that is by no means 100% accurate. There'll be issues with that because of the nature of waste data, but we consider it to be a much better reflection on what we've previously reported as a planning authority. Final thing to add is we will have to look at this in a lot of detail through the update of the Minerals and Waste Plan. And members, you know that will be coming at some point. So you will expect this methodology and this the changes to how things are to be collected to be reflected in the work that will come before you at some point. Thank you.
Appendix O, the latest version, came out as the update report, did it? Great, I've got that in front of me, and thank you very much. That's very clear how you've assessed that.
Right. Any other questions? Councillor Lovely.
Sorry, Chair. Thank you. Chimneys, they're quite high, as we know, and there are the plumes that aren't smoke but particulates. Is there any way these can be lower? Can you do smaller facilities and therefore not get so high? Can you do more of a hedgehog, or is the requirement to go so high to ensure the health? That's probably it.
Essentially, yes. The height of the stack is very much based on the modelling that's been undertaken in terms of how it would be dispersed once it was coming out of the plume. So the heights are very much stuck, and that is actually documented in your report, that message.
Right. Any further questions of any of the officers? If not, I wonder if we'd like to break for 5 minutes before we go into the debate. I'm getting a few minutes. Yes, no, we won't talk about it. We'll resume at 3:25. debating members the issue. So I'm going to invite anyone who wishes to speak for or against the item to speak. So Councillor Philpott first.
I was hoping somebody was behind me then, Chairman, with their hand up. I'll just try and get myself organised, 1 second. Yes, thank you for the opportunity. Are we timed, by the way? I bet you wish. I was.
I heard rumours.
Yeah.
But no, there's no time.
No, there's not. There's more than that. Just to put it into context here, Chairman, I'm going to address my comments mainly to the National Planning Policy Framework, not the National Planning Policy Framework, sorry, the Hampshire Minerals and Waste Plan, but mention the National Planning Policy Framework. I know that there's an awful lot of other plans that that appear in the report too. That's the National Planning Policy for Waste, the National Planning Practice Guidance, etc., etc. But I'm going to try and concentrate, if I can, on our Minerals and Waste Plan. I'm not going to go into detail on these policies, but I've been looking deeply at these policies over the last few days, and I'm sure colleagues have. And I'm satisfied that the following policies, in my opinion, are satisfied. I'm satisfied that policies 1, 3, 4, 5, 7, 12, 14, 25, 26 and 28 are satisfied. I've looked at those, and I'm going to say that I'm happy with those. So I want to now address my comments, though, to policies 10, 13, 27 and 29, if I may, and that's particularly on the impact, mainly visual, and the need. So on the visual impact, policies 10 and 13, dealing with policy 13 first, if I may, and that is, it says in the accompanying notes in the Minerals and Waste Plan, paragraph 5.45, it says that, quote, all waste development should be appropriate in scale and character in relation to its location and surrounding area. The policy itself says, and I quote from the policy, it says, minerals and waste development should not cause an unacceptable adverse visual impact and should maintain and enhance the distinctive character of the landscape and townscape. The policy goes on to speak about design, and I consider that in that design, I think it's probably clear that there's three aspects really to this policy, and one is design itself, the other one is the acceptability of impact, and the third one is the maintenance and enhancement of the distinctive character and landscape. One can argue from all 3 points of view as to whether they're met, but I'm prepared to be as charitable as possible and suggest that the first two may well be met, possibly, could be argued. But the third one, in my view, is unequivocal. And I believe it's very difficult to argue, Chairman, that an enormous building with a twin 80-metre chimneys on the edge of a national park is in any way enhancing the character of the landscape. Policy 10 deals with the acceptability of the visual impact. And once again, Chairman, whilst this is a subjective issue, I find it difficult to argue that that this building would have, quote, an acceptable visual impact. Then there's the National Planning Policy Framework. Just touch on that briefly, if I may, and that is in paragraphs 174 to paragraph 177. Paragraph 174, for example, says, and I quote from National Planning Policy Framework, planning policies and decisions should contribute to and enhance the natural and local environment by A, protecting and enhancing valued landscapes, and B, recognising the intrinsic character and beauty of the countryside. Again, Chairman, I think it's difficult to argue that this planning application satisfies paragraph 174. Paragraph 176 says, and I quote that, great weight should be given to conserving and enhancing landscapes and scenic beauty in national parks. We've heard that this is of course not in the national park, but that paragraph goes on to say, and I quote, development within their setting should be sensitively located and designed to avoid or minimise adverse impacts on the designated areas. And I think the key words in there are within their setting. So I would suggest and argue, Chairman, that within the setting of the national park, there is a visual impact. The NPPF further says at paragraph 177 that permission should be refused for major development other than in exceptional circumstances and, quote, should also include an assessment of the need for the development. So therefore, I want to move on, if I may then, to the next part of my speech, and that is the need and the summary relating to need. And this is specifically policies 27 and 29 of the Hampshire Minerals and Waste Local Plan. Looking at the report from paragraph 286 onwards sets out the position as far as the need is concerned. And I'll quote, and I'll try not to be too selective, but I'll quote from the report, if I may, and to make my case. Paragraph 289 says, quote, and these are quotes, waste data is notoriously unreliable, as indeed Mrs. Kirby-Hawkes was saying just a few moments ago before the break. C&I waste in generation remains extremely difficult to estimate owing to gaps and limitations with the data. And it also says C&I estimates have a much higher level of uncertainty than wastes from households. All of that was mentioned in the presentation by the officer. It goes on to say, paragraph 297 in the report, the figures included in the Hampshire Minerals and Waste Plan 2013 are considered to be, quote, out of date. Paragraph 314 reveals that the 2018 the review, Hampshire Minerals and Waste Local Plan review, included inaccurate data. Paragraphs 301 and 302 acknowledge that, and I quote, that the measures which will be introduced as a result of the Environment Act could result in a decrease in the amount of residual waste available for incineration during the lifetime of the proposed ERF. It also says in paragraph 304, and I quote again, it is acknowledged that the COVID pandemic may have an impact on C&I arisings. Paragraph 316 deals with the methodology and describes the thinking behind the methodology that's been devised as a result of, quote, limited data. So I would suggest, Chairman, in all of those paragraphs, and I think it's probably reasonable to say, all of those paragraphs have, to an extent, an acknowledgement of the inadequate, incomplete data that we have to make such a decision as to the need for this facility. And it's acknowledged also that, in the report that calculations regarding the population changes have not been factored in either. So I would argue potentially that there is an element, or more than an element, of guesswork involved in some of the data that we see within the report. However, I just want to say, because it mentions the Environment Act, and the Environment Act has been mentioned by a number of speakers and also by some members of the committee, I think it's probably just worth reminding ourselves just of some of the headline issues that have come out from the Environment Act in November 2021, passed just very recently. For instance, the Act introduces extended producer responsibility, and that's the EPRs, which allows relevant national authorities to make regulations that require manufacturers to contribute to the disposal of the products that they produce. Again, I'm trying not to quote selectively, but just to make my point. It says of the Act that's been passed, the resource efficiency powers in the Act will enable government to set product design and related requirements to ensure products are more durable, repairable and recyclable. The Act, it says, will also take powers to enable charges for single-use plastics, similar to carrier bag charges, to incentivise consumers to use more sustainable items, and to take systematic approach to reducing the use of unnecessary single-use plastic products. Furthermore, the Environment Act says it has the power to set long-term, legally binding environmental targets with at least one within the area of resource efficiency and waste reduction. and this is to help increase resource productivity and reduce the amount of residual waste we generate. In my other guise in this council, another capacity in this council, I chair, as you know, Chairman, the Economy, Transport and Environment Select Committee. On the 23rd of September, we considered a report where we discussed and I think it was mentioned by Councillor Todd, the Joint Municipal Waste Management Strategy, which, and I would express, and the surprise that Councillor Todd expressed earlier on, that this doesn't seem to get a mention within the report that's before us. Because that was a very significant policy, I would suggest, for this council. We agreed to things like partnership working, recyclable material management and waste reduction. So just to give you the briefest of flavours of that, recyclable management, material management, we're going to be introducing two-stream collections, reduced contamination, and retain a maximum income share for materials. In waste reduction, we're going to increase reuse of bulky waste, and our strategy as a council is also the development of delivery of waste prevention initiatives and continued promotion of home composting. There's more to come. Also, food collections are set to be mandatory. There's an awful lot in that policy which is in line with the Environment Act, which was passed only in November. So what I'm suggesting, Chairman, is that the direction of travel is for us as a council and the country as a whole to go for the top tier, if you will, of the hierarchy. The top tier of the hierarchy being prevention. Prevention, reuse, recycling, then recovery, and finally at the bottom of the pile, disposal. So before we stampede for recovery, I think we need to just deliberate for a little bit longer on prevention to decide for ourselves whether or not we are taking into consideration the imminent changes that are coming our way. So in conclusion, I would say, Chairman, that I have decided, from my point of view, and just to start the debate off, I believe that policies 10 and 13 relating to impact are not met. And I believe that the application is not consistent with paragraphs 174, 176 and 177 of the National Planning Policy Framework. And I'm also satisfied, Chairman, that policies 27 and 29 relating to need are also not met. So therefore, I'm announcing my intention not to support the recommendation. Thank you.
I'll be very brief, Chairman. Following that tour de force from Councillor Philpott, and also earlier on from Councillor Todd, and then this morning from Lisa Kirby-Hawkes, I have very little to add to those very powerful statements today, other than to take a very generalised point of view. And the first point I want to make is we're talking about the principle of incineration here, and I think I was very struck by the phrase that Lisa gave us this morning, where she used the phrase market-led waste, and that worries me. If we incinerate, that's a cheap way of disposing of waste, and that therefore will discourage any other treatment of waste into the long term, unless government legislation comes along and we suddenly find ourselves not with a landfill tax, but with an incineration tax. So there's a thought for you. The second point I want to make is that when you look at a map of Hampshire, and I am Hampshire born and bred for at least 7 generations, you will find there's a concrete corridor that runs down the M3 and a concrete corridor that runs along the M27. And if you then allow developments of this scale on the A31 corridor, you end up with a third concrete corridor across Hampshire. So there's a principle there in my own mind. And then finally, as a geographer first and foremost, I'm always concerned that development sits in the landscape and not on the landscape. Now, although the current building is 14 metres high, it does just about sit in the landscape. The application sits on the landscape, and bearing in mind the landscape we've heard described so eloquently this morning from all the speakers, I think that will be a detrimental step. So I'm going to join with Councillor Philpott and not support the recommendation we have here this afternoon.
Thank you, Chairman. I want to build on what Councillor Philpott said. I don't, as far as his comments about need are concerned, I agree with them, but that is an argument for the policy making in Hampshire on waste. And we do need to do that, and we don't need to hang about on that, but that's something for that. I think we'd struggle if we were going to an appeal now to make a material planning consideration out of that. We would, however, make a considerable material planning consideration out of the visual effect. I would add to his quoting of 174 and following of the NPPF paragraph 130, which says that developments must add to the overall quality of the area, be visually attractive, and the result of good architecture layout and appropriate and effective landscaping, sympathetic to local character and history, including the surrounding landscape setting. Now, frankly, it doesn't. So it infringes on that, in my humble opinion. In terms of... so I'm struggling to move around this thing quickly. On paragraph 589 of our hymn sheet and following, we've got stuff about visual impact. The Planning Commission apparently, when it considers these things, have to judge whether the visual effects on sensitive receptors, such as local residents, and other receptors, such as visitors to the local area, outweigh the benefits of the project. So we need to consider that this is really where we can start thinking about the need. We need to consider whether the benefits of the project, in terms of the arguable need, outweighs the disbenefits of the visual effects on the local residents and visitors and so on. That is something we need to think about, and that is definitely a material consideration. We've already spoken about paragraph 130 of the NPPF. We've our own waste policies that Councillor Philpott has spoken about. All of that says to me we've got a serious problem. Then we've got Bonham's Farmhouse. It's grade 2 star listed. It's less than half a kilometre away from the site. And we've got nothing in here telling us what, if any, impact it has on that farmhouse. Now, for all I know, it's right down the other side of a hill and faces the opposite direction. But we have not told anything about that, and that to me is a worry, because I have nothing that helps me understand to what extent this development preserves and enhances the listed property. Next on my list, Chairman, it's going through slowly. The landscape architect. That is interesting, Chairman. Paragraph 614 on your hymn sheet. The landscape architect is worried. This is our landscape architect. The County Council's landscape architect, says here, raised concerns about the scale, size, appearance and massing of the proposal and the long-term permanent landscape and visual impacts. Now, he also says, concerns raised that the site is considered to have limited capacity to absorb a development of the scale currently proposed, which brings us onto the picture on our screen. Because the thing has to be carefully angled to fit into the site at all. It reduces the boundaries to almost nothing. It says somewhere in this document, I haven't been able to find it in the last day or so because it is 400 pages, that they don't have the space to plant trees between the site and the railway line, and they're relying on screening for the other side of the railway line, and that then brings you to the green wall, sorry, the living wall, we're supposed to call it. And it does slightly remind me of something I read somewhere about soldiers trying to camouflage themselves by putting bits of twig in their hats. And the point is, it doesn't make them look as if they're not there. They're not camouflage. It just makes them look as if they're walking around with sticks in their hats. And I think the problem with this is a soldier's hat with sticks in an attempt to hide something enormous. 40 metres high, this building. If it was only the stacks, you could argue that they're not that big a problem set against the pylons. But it's not. This is a 40-metre high building, 2.5 times the height of the existing one. It is going to be huge. The views we saw on this screen of it from an awful lot of places made it look vast. This is going to make a big change to the countryside views all around this site. There are some places where it can't be seen. This is true. If you stand the other side of a tree, looking in the opposite direction, you won't see it at all. But the problem with this one is that this is going to be a very large and intrusive item in the landscape. And it brings me back to the point I made earlier. I can't remember who it was. One of the speakers spoke about the mass size of this thing. It's Councillor Merryweather, I think. Mr. Butler said it was overbearing. Mr. Napier spoke about the valued landscape and defined it. All of the evidence that's coming through says that this is going to be huge and vast and intrusive, and I think that we need to make sure that this is a planning consideration we can really get behind. As for the district heating thing, that's a distraction, Chairman. I'd be astonished if it happens, delighted but astonished. Yeah. But I don't think we can really hang our hats on that.
Thank you, Chairman. Well, planning is an art rather than a science. I think it's one of the reasons why we as elected members have responsibility for taking some of the more difficult decisions, and that is about balancing competing priorities. It's perfectly possible to pick up almost any local plan in the country, whether it's a district council's local plan or a county council's mineral waste plan, and find arguments for or against any proposal. And it is about creating those balances. And I was quite interested because I had no idea what Councillor Philpott was going to say until he opened his mouth and started saying it. But I'd written down a series of things on my notes around policy, and I'd written a series of things on my notes about the site. And they both weighed quite heavily on my mind. And I'll start with the policy, because I think the policy can be argued in both directions. And then I'll tell you where I've come to on that. The need argument is very, very difficult. You certainly can argue it in both directions. There are competing pressures on need. If we look at tables 4 and 5 in the report, well, some of that starts with 2010 and 2011 with low figures. Well, actually, that was when the construction industry was in recession following the 2009 crash. So those figures could be argued to be suppressed, and therefore the real figures would have been somewhat higher. So there is no real clear trend across the years on that point. And again, you can argue that with construction improving, the use of materials has improved. There is less waste in construction now than there was. There is more use of recycled materials than there used to be. And therefore the amount of waste arising ought to be in long-term decline. If you add to that then that the economic cycles are always in boom and bust, it makes need data very hard to justify. Domestic municipal waste, broadly speaking, follows a fairly even trend. It dips and rises just a little bit, but it doesn't dramatically change, except where there are policy interventions. But C&I waste does. It moves quite significantly as a result of economic pressures. And that leads me to think about what we're trying to do in policy terms here, because I haven't approached this with the science that Councillor Philpott has in terms of referencing everything back to policies in the M&W plan. But what we're trying to achieve here is that top end of the waste hierarchy. It is about finding ways of reducing the need to even think about how we process waste by reducing demand, only getting to recycling and then recovery further down the track. And I remember when I first started doing planning, there was a culture in planning that still said it was about predict and provide. And my fear is that that's what's in front of us this afternoon. We're predicting there's going to be a demand for more incineration requirement, therefore we're going to provide it. Well, as someone said once, build it and they'll come. And that's exactly what's suggested here, and that doesn't feel to me to be the right policy approach. We want to be saying to the country and our county, we want to encourage best practice in waste, and that means we want to try to do everything we can to make it harder to do the less environmentally good things and easier to do the more environmentally sound things. You don't do that by making it easier to avoid minimising waste in the first place, and that is exactly what this does. It can be argued in both directions, but to my mind, the policy direction matters to us as policymakers, even though we're here doing a regulatory function today. So it's the regulatory function that comes me to the site issues. And it has been said very eloquently already today of the speakers we had this morning. The locals were always bound to say no. I quite appreciate that. That's absolutely inevitable. But when others came to this stand this morning as elected county councillors, Rob Bacos was talking about the site, Martin Todd talking about the policy. They were bringing that policy breadth to it. But it was the site stuff that then really stuck in my mind. Nothing I've heard today suggested anything other than there is a very clear case for refusing this on landscape grounds. We clearly need to provide waste facilities. Whether we need this or not is open to debate. My sense is no, there are arguments for, but you still then need to think about location. And this says location, location, wrong. If we're going to do anything in this territory, it ought to be on sites that are industrial, that are close to the main motorway corridors, Councillor Cooper's point, ideally close to the coast and the ports, not in the middle of Hampshire's rural countryside, where we're creating unnecessary additional transport movements and effectively also encouraging more development to come in areas where we don't particularly want it. This could be used as a Trojan horse of saying, well, let's build another 2,000 houses next door to it because there's energy available for it as part of East Hampshire District's next local plan. So there's a whole stack of reasons there that say no, but clearly the visual impact is absolutely dominant. We've already got Winchester Cathedral. We don't need Alton Cathedral.
Okay. Then we have got Councillor Pankhurst.
Thank you, Chairman. This is a very difficult decision, and as a deputy on this committee, I'm very humbled. I can say that I've got a very split decision to make, but I've made a few notes here. I do like modern design buildings, and I do like the greenery effects that they're planning on this site. But these are the sorts of things that you'd see in a city. And for example, I saw a programme on design about a month ago in Miami, where lots of high-rise residential units have the natural greenery on it, which sort of is trying to hide the impact of the high-rise. The visual impact, I mean, you can't help but see it. The stacks are just amazing, and I would wonder why they have to be so high, because I'm also concerned with particulates. I work in the health industry, and I see a lot of issues with asthma and breathing problems. I'm also mindful of the fact that the effects on farmland and natural watercourses. There's also quite important historical sites and listed buildings, and looking in the area in general, that detracts from those particular historical sites. There also the data as required the need of the site. The data you can skew data as to whatever you want it to read. I mean, the very important thing is right now, knowing the what's happening in the world, I can see the need to have a reliable, resilient form of power within this country. But I would probably agree, actually, with Councillor House that we do need it to be more in line with industrial areas, port areas, to to have it right on the most greenest part of Hampshire. It just stands out, and it would spoil the whole area. And also, again, it could encourage further development. I also noticed that the heating supply was mentioned, but they're all city environments. This is a very difficult decision, because I know of people who are having to make a decision about eating or heating, but I'm mindful to reject the application. Thank you.
Next one is Councillor McAvoy.
Thank you,
Chairman. Difficult to follow the eloquence of my colleague, Councillor Philpott, and he's covered all the policies that I might miss.
All right.
I am actually very conflicted with this planning application because on the one hand, there is a need to reduce landfill capacity, but on the other hand, there is also a responsibility to protect the environment and amenity by aiming to prevent waste facilities being placed in inappropriate locations. I'm a bit confused by some of the inconsistencies in the report regarding need, landscape and visual impact, and living as I do in the shadow of a Fawley oil refinery, I'm well aware of the environmental impact of plumes, regardless of the weather and the time of year. Councillor Joy did point out the government's policy of requiring producers to be more responsible for their packaging, and of course district councils are currently working on increasing their recycling rates with the hopeful eventuality of prevention of unnecessary recycling of waste. I acknowledge that the proposal aims to allow residual waste which cannot be reused or recycled to be managed at the most appropriate level of the waste hierarchy, diverting it from landfill and providing an alternative long-term capacity in advance of when Hampshire's remaining landfills close. I acknowledge that particular priority should be given to the reuse of brownfield land. And I also acknowledge that the site has a history of waste management uses. I acknowledge that the site presents opportunities for heat offtake to potential future local developments. However, on the other hand, I'm not persuaded that the development will not have an unacceptable impact on air quality. And just picking up on the chimneys, I would suggest that the chimneys are that tall to try to avoid the damage of dioxins locally. Probably they need to be twice as tall, but I'm no expert. As I say, I'm not persuaded that the development will not have an unacceptable impact on air quality, noise or health, especially in terms of emissions. I'm not persuaded that a sufficient consideration has been given to alternative sites, although I recognise that that's not a requirement. And that's contrary to policies 10, 14 and 29. My previous point was contrary to policy 10 as well. I have checked my policies because I often miss those out. Although the proximity principle is not a requirement, I'm not persuaded of the need for the development, in particular as much as the new ERF is likely to be from outside the county, increasing carbon emissions from HGV movements, contrary to policies 2 and 12 of the Hampshire Waste and Minerals and Waste Policy. And I'm not persuaded that the size and scale of the development would not unduly impact on its surroundings, in particular in respect of the closeness of the 17th century Grade 2 listed building, nor that it will be sufficiently sympathetic to the surrounding landscape setting, contrary to policies 5 and 10 and 13. And therefore, on balance, and I have to say I've changed my mind several times during the meeting, on balance and considering all the evidence, I have concluded that I cannot support the application. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Chair. So it will come as no surprise that I look at this particularly from an environmental perspective, and I've not been reassured about carbon capture in the future. The technology is just not there yet. It is an incinerator. I know we've had it presented to us as an energy recovery facility, but it is a big building that burns stuff, which by its very nature puts carbon back into our atmosphere. I am very, very concerned about the local landscape, and I'm very worried about the importing of waste into the county, because this needs to be fed. And I haven't heard anything today that makes me really feel that we're moving in a direction which would encourage prevention because we will need to feed this incinerator if it came. There are other incinerators in the country which are I've been led to believe, are diverting their waste that could be going to other facilities like recycling facilities to ensure that they get fed. So I am really concerned about that. I'm very worried about the implications for public health because we don't yet know what that safe level of dioxins and furans is, because currently it's being re-evaluated to be made lower. So with health, with the environment, with the local landscape, and everybody's very well articulated, like policy 2 would be the environment. I'm not going to go over all the policy numbers, but I can't support this application today.
Thank you, Chair. I think for efficiency of time, I won't repeat all of the points that others have already made in respect of landscape views and so on. I would just like to add that I think that there is a lack of certainty over transport movements and therefore I think there is an increase in air pollution and that is a significant issue for public health. I also am concerned that this has the potential to disincentivise circular economy and possibly increase fossil fuel emissions. And I am concerned about uncertainty over a immediate replacement and imminent replacement of a recycling capacity, which when set against national policy and is a significant concern. So those are the only things that I would add to what's been said already. So I wouldn't be supporting this.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. 2 or 3 points. One is that, and I hang my hat mainly upon need. As far as I can see, it's not been proven that there is a need. We have 3 incinerators already in the county, which are strategically placed around the county. And therefore, as I think we all accept, there is going to be a reduction of waste, which is probably going to be going to those incinerators in the future with more recycling taking place, which the government is going to insist that we do. So therefore, they're going to be below capacity. And to keep any incinerator going, you have to be burning it 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. As somebody said at some point this morning, is that you can't turn an incinerator on and turn it off and just turn it on when you want it. It has to continually burn. So therefore, as I see, that we will have lower or more capacity in those other 3 incinerators over the years to come. And that will then mean that with the commercial waste, those incinerators are more locally placed for the vehicles to drive to them, and therefore will be more environmentally friendly for taking commercial waste to them than taking to one which is in the middle of the county. I do accept that we want to get away from landfill, totally support that theory, but the landfill that we have at the moment is Blue Haze, which is down at Livington, and therefore if that is going to be this incinerator at Alton, if it was agreed, would be taking most of that waste from there, then we would have vehicles travelling from all over and from there particularly, and that wouldn't be the best way forward. From a design point of view, personally, I like the design of the building. I have no problem with the design of the building whatsoever, but it is the wrong place to put it. In that building, in a commercial area, would fit in very nicely, as do the one at Marchwood and the one in Portsmouth. The design of those, they fit in very well with the local commercial areas. And this would fit in very nicely into a commercial area if it was needed. But I don't believe there is a need looking to the future.
Thank you, Chair. So this is my very first time sitting on a planning committee, regulatory committee, and What a way to start, eh? Lisa rightly acknowledged that this was a difficult one with arguments on both sides, and that made it all the harder. I took the judicial oath the other day, and it's quite a powerful thing. Go and Google it. It's quite a good thing. But one of the things it says in there about is approaching things without fear or favour, and I think that's an important thing for us today. And I think as part of that is to identify the facts, is to put aside the arguments when they are unsupported by the facts, and hearing them when they do have the facts, and that has been all the more difficult with the various arguments and counter arguments. I think just starting with the need, I do feel there has been a little bit of confusion, confluence of different sorts of waste and recyclables and discussion, and that has made it more difficult. Lots of talk about residential type recycling when that isn't relevant to a C&I plant. And I think that hasn't necessarily helped the debate. I do see that absolutely there is a need, obviously, to improve recycling, but also a need to reduce the amount going to landfill. And I think there are major issues if we don't address that. I think relying on exporting waste just feels wrong. And we can't go on that way, so we need to address the issue of landfill, and we heard the figure of 356,000 tonnes. More landfill in Hampshire really worries me. Councillor Price was mentioning blue haze there and that running out. I'm concerned that new quarries coming forward will ultimately be filled in as landfill if we don't address the issue. The sort of applications we currently have at Five Oaks down in my division, and the Hamble airfield in councillor houses, they worry me that these are the sort of things we're going to end up doing instead. So overall, I get the argument for need and why this is necessary somewhere. I do have worries about it, and they are acknowledged in the report. The visual impact is clearly an issue that many others have mentioned. I thought actually the site visit was very instructive in actually showing that perhaps the impact wasn't as big as appreciated or as feared, but the chimneys are a real concern. Lisa was very helpful in explaining that if you're going to have one of these plants, you're going to have those chimneys. So if you accept the need, that's what's there. I do think there are also some existing issues on the site. The A31 and the pylons don't necessarily enhance the area, so it isn't the perfect paradise that some have described it, but it's a very beautiful area nonetheless. Biodiversity net gain, again, it has worried me that we're relying on a site in Netley, but I do accept that the requirement to meet those targets is not mandatory at the moment, and so probably will be overcome on appeal. The lighting concerns me, but appreciate that has been mitigated. I also appreciate that the lighting will be an issue wherever this goes, and the fact that it affects more or less people doesn't mean it's not a problem. But I do think if you accept the need, you have to accept that. Carbon capture, again, is a concern. I understand the arguments that this may be imposed and it's being planned in the design. I personally wish it was a condition rather than an informative, but I understand the issues with that. So it's really hard. That's where I get to. Ultimately, I conclude that I don't have enough to question the officer recommendations. but I do appreciate the difficulties of this, and hopefully my next planning committee will be a lot easier. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Welcome aboard, Councillor Lumby. You've passed the apprenticeship, you're hired. You're right, this is one of the most difficult applications I've ever seen. I've been in a London borough with Heathrow flying above us. All the points which the council have made, and all the points which the deputations have produced, have exactly the point which was made earlier. I've changed my mind several times. But overall, we have to come down and look at the balance of the policies. Now, think about this. If our officers have got it right, and all data is wrong with hindsight. So let's discount the two pieces of data which we had before, and I buy the officers' reanalysis of the future. So I think there is a need for this amount of waste to be handled. If we're wrong, and Councillor Philpott's committee is right, and we all hope, and I'm sure we're all doing it, in reducing the amount of waste, preventing it arriving at the top of the hierarchy, then these people have got a headache, because the trucks aren't going to rumble into Alton, and they're not going to turn it off at 9 o'clock, turn it on at 9 o'clock in the morning on a Monday and turn it off on Friday. The problem is that the volume won't be going there. And the key point which the officers have made is this is a merchant application. It's not Hampshire. These people, Veolia, all credit to them, they help us in many ways to get rid of our waste, are making the gamble that waste is coming their way. So, 2 points. First of all, if Councillor Philpott's committee and the policies which we're going to adopt, and I fully support them, come in, well, is it going to happen in the next 4 years? It takes 3 years, we've heard, to build this. Blue Haze is closing, and in 2029, 330,000 tonnes of waste is coming out of Hampshire. We're talking about trucking it up to Alton. We'll be talking about trucking it somewhere else to be incinerated. So on balance, I've got all the details which we're looking at, and I've seen the site views. Okay, Councillor McCarker is slightly taller than me, has a longer vision than me. But on balance, when we look at some of the views and some of the site visits we've made, some of the visuals we've taken, I take the point about the 80-metre chimneys. I've been in the electrical business. I know how tall a pylon is, and we've physically seen that. On balance, I think I will support this application because I think it's the right thing to do. And if we put it wrong, these people will be the people who are exposed, not us. We have 330,000 tonnes of rubbish headed somewhere in Hampshire, and we've seen the analysis. There isn't another place which is suitable to put this. Given all the arguments, this for me is the place where it has to be. So I'm going to be supporting this application. Thank you, Chairman.
I think we've heard everyone speak on this item today. So I think before I call a vote, I'm just going to try very briefly to sum up the arguments for and against. I can in all honesty see the way you, the committee members, are thinking, and I of course respect that. It's been an awfully difficult decision to make for all of us for many, many months now, those of us who've been heavily engaged in it. And in some ways, it will be nice to get a decision out of this council today. In terms of what I've heard today, for me, the most significant factor for Hampshire is our poor recycling rate. of 38%, which is a real concern to me. We can talk about the hierarchy and moving everything up, but at that level, it really isn't good enough. And Hampshire has to definitely improve there. I know that in terms of recycling is undertaken at MRFs. We wonder why more is not going into MRFs. Actually, as far as I know, no new MRF has been opened since 2002. We talk about the need for material recovery facilities, and we wonder whether or not there is a need for them. No new material recovery facility has opened since 2005. These facilities are needed, and we are told that all of them are working at full capacity at the moment. And that is a concern to me, because yes, we need to improve our recycling rate, but if the buildings which should be used to do that are full, where will it go? I totally understand. I've been to the site, I've seen it, and I totally understand the visual aspect of the area, the beauty of the area, and it does not stand comfortably for me in that site. It's far too big, and so it does not comply with Policy 10, paragraph D. We also, though, have to consider the effect. The other area where I don't think it complies is with our historic environment, particularly with regard to the farmhouse. Design, I think, is as good as we can get, and I understand that within the design, within the building, there will be an environmental permit which will cover odour, smell, noise. If any of those were conflicted, the place would close down. So I'm not concerned about those issues. In terms of the waste going into the site, it would only be waste which has no future for recycling. It would have to have an R1 permit, which is part of the environmental permit, which would ensure that the only waste going into it is waste which has no other place to go. If it goes to no other place to go other than to landfill. Central government, our council, has made it clear we have to get rid of landfill. It's been suggested, well, it can still go there till 2029 because there is still capacity there. It's interesting that we used to, within my time scale on this council, I think had 3 other landfill sites. They've all closed down now, so that's the only one left. So what we are saying, and we have to look at this planning application on where we are now and not on what the legislation might or might not come into effect in years to come. We know the Environment Bill is there. We know it will be implemented. We don't know when those specific conditions will actually come into effect. So the reality of it is that on the basis we decline it today, we're accepting that we do not want, we are accepting that the waste will continue to go to landfill. Construction and industrial waste now does not go anywhere in Hampshire. We export it to other counties who are prepared to take it. So that's what we are saying, where paragraph 25 says we should be self-sufficient in dealing with our waste. So there are arguments for paragraph 10, which says we shouldn't build it there because of its design, because of its size and landscape. For me, there are also other arguments on the other side for you to consider on the basis you're going to oppose this, which I think there is also consider there is a need, and you have to and we need to get away from landfill. We also need, this is also going to produce 75 electricity for 75,000 houses. We need a reliable source of energy rather than carbon emissions. Therefore, there is a balance to be said that we should grant this. So you can go either way, and I've wavered both ways myself this afternoon. I suppose, like the Vice Chairman, I think there is an overriding need for this, so I will probably be supporting the application, because I think ultimately we have to get rid of landfill, and we need to produce more sustainable energy, electricity, less dependent on other forms of energy. So I will probably vote against for the application. I think that's all I wish to say. And thank you all for your forbearance, your patience today. It's been an interesting debate. Thank you, Lisa, for your outstanding report. And I think we will now go to Katie, who will then ask the members. See, I'll just get, if I can find the recommendation. The recommendation is, oh, you've got it there. I didn't see there. I was looking at my, there's your recommendation. So if you go through the members, and you can say whether we're for or against the application.
Thank you. So if I could ask members of the committee to raise your hands who are able to do the vote and count accurately. So all members in favour of the recommendation? Okay, that's 3. All members voting against the recommendation? The recommendation is refused. Sorry, the recommendation was confused.
Could you hang on a second? Sorry? Yes. Now that you've all agreed that we should decline the application, you better get somebody better give me the reasons why. I imagine it's paragraph 10, subparagraph D. Stephen, have you?
Yes, Chairman. I did mention in my comments earlier that I think the application is not consistent with the Hampshire Minerals Waste Plan, paragraph policies 10, 13, 27 and 29, as far as I was concerned, although I do believe other members had issues with other policies within the Hampshire Minerals Waste Plan, and also with the National Planning Policy Framework, in particular paragraphs 174 through to 177. But if other members have any other comments about that as to why they would object to the application, then I'm quite happy to defer to them.
Right. Councillor Parker?
Can I please add to that list, Chairman, 130 from the NPPF?
Anyone else want to add any other paragraphs for refusing the application? I think we've... well, nobody's mentioned it now, so... Right. Councillor Parker, did you say heritage you wanted to be a reason for refusal?
No, Chairman, I just wanted to add paragraph 130 from the NPPF.
We can now conclude the meeting. Right, over to you.
Thank you, Chairman. Subject to your confirmation, I'd suggest we adjourn the meeting briefly. I will confer with Lisa and Laura, and then you'll need to put a new motion to the committee with the reasons provided by the councillors. So I suggest a brief 5-minute adjournment, and then we'll reconvene and take a vote on the new motion.
Right, okay, that's fine. So, sorry, we've got another 5 minutes. think there's enough meat in that to...
Joe, I think it's certainly helpful that it includes the need point as well as the landscape point. I think that gives it a bit more robustness. I'm happy with that.
Chairman, can I just double check the NPPF paragraphs I've given you? Because I'm certain it's 174, 176 and 177. It may not be relevant, 175 may not be relevant. I'll just double check that.
What about his strong 30? He's not saying he wants it. I mean, paragraph 130 is right, yeah.
Planning policy. Oh yeah, no, we got it.
No, actually, rereading it, I'm satisfied 175 applies as well. And from my perspective, it's up to other members, but 174 to 177 is the point I've made it when I spoke earlier, and I'll stick with that.
Okay, so basically we need to approve. All right.
Can I just come in? 175 does relate to plan making rather than development management, so I think probably the best references are the 174, 176, 177.
Okay, second thoughts. Happy with that.
Thank you.
All right. So we need to approve. This is a new recommendation. Yeah. So this is a new recommendation that we accept those reasons for a refusal. Yeah. Sorry. You want us to? We're required to have a vote on it. So
Chair,
I thought we'd all agreed it.
Can I just make a point? Would it not say paragraphs 130 blah 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 of the National Planning Policy? Paragraph 130 and 174 of the paragraphs of the National Planning Policy doesn't it seems a bit strange.
Yes.
Delegate officers detail
Right. So we need to agree that we accept the draft reasons for approval as for refusal as set out on the screen, and and we need to take a vote on it. Yeah. Individually.
Yeah. So all members in favour of the reasons for refusal. Yeah, that's 12. And members voting against reasons for refusal? 3, so that's everybody.
That's it then. I think we can all go.